very important that when we're talking about culture, creativity, and entertainment, that we recognize, and in particular in the context of the diaspora, that we recognize that the exchanges are reciprocal. So we get as much as we give on both sides of the ocean. And so we're going to be talking reciprocity today, largely. And our guests today, through the work that they do every day, are testament to this issue of reciprocity. So when actress, broadcaster, pageant owner, script and screenwriter, behavior change specialist, and academic provides the products and services of her spirit, her acumen, and her talent with the world, she's sharing value. That's reciprocity. When Kim Marie Smith, who is online, lecturer, cultural industries and policy at the Queen's University in Belfast in Ireland, shares with us in Jamaica her analysis of cultural and creative systems in Australasia, Europe, and the United Kingdom, where she now lives. And she shares her global information with about Jamaica. Then she's also engaging in a great deal of reciprocity. She's also a member of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. We also have with us Taja Winkle, who brings to Jamaican culture through her animated culture, through her animated characters. She weaves together the nuance of reality and fantasy, and through technology. And those technologies in animation do not necessarily originate with us, but we are present through them. And that, of course, is another form of balance and reciprocity, and we're talking reciprocity today. And of course, Marissa Benain, cultural and creative practitioner herself, attorney at law, cultural policy technocrat, and she's also the new national director of Jamaica Creative. And her role is meant to be the very embodiment of reciprocity in the Jamaican cultural sphere. Welcome, everybody. Four dynamic women. I understand we're going to be welcoming a fifth as we move into the activities of the day. There'll be 3 rounds of questions, one for each panelist. Each panelist has 3 minutes to respond and will be followed by a question and answer segment. We will invite your questions from the floor and also from the internet. And here's the thing about cultural and creative industries. The issues are as broad as they are deep. So we're centering our discussions today about around 3 main themes: reigniting diaspora engagement, the Jamaican cultural and creative ecosystem and foreign trade, and the way forward, tangible actions for meaningful action. So welcome, everybody. Let's get right into it. We're going to start with reigniting diaspora engagement. And Delia, I want to start with you. Delia, the issue of reigniting diaspora engagement, when we speak about it from a practitioner standpoint, what specifically do we mean in relation to the cultural and creative ecosystems here and those in the satellites of our diaspora?
One of the things I want to say is I want to more than reignite, I want to reimagine. Because I believe that one of the things we've limited ourselves to is, when Jamaicans come home, they want to capture a bit of the culture, so they come to the performing arts. So it's a bit of a memory lane walk for them. And then when we take our art overseas, it's more of a community gathering. So the Jamaican and Caribbean groups will sell tickets among themselves. And so it's a Jamaican gathering of people together. I want us to totally reimagine that. I want us to look at where we have persons in the diaspora who are producers of art, persons who are practitioners, persons who know the theater landscapes. And so when we bring our art to the diaspora, we want diaspora people to say, listen, I'm a producer here in America, and I can put your plays in all of the theaters across the West. I want to put your plays in 10 theaters in Florida, not Jamaican theaters, not Jamaican schools, not Jamaican communities, but in theater spaces, full stop. Okay. Because what we find is because we aren't doing it. People are doing it. If you look on Netflix, if you look in film, every time, and I started logging, every time I see a Jamaican flag in the background of something, I captured it. When you hear somebody speaking Jamaican language, you say, wait, no Jamaican that. Them say them cooking, I'm gonna cook you some brown stew chicken. Me say no Jamaican that. And so people realize that what we have is such a marketable brand, but we are not marketing the brand. And so they've held on to it and them gone with it. So we have to now reimagine as the diaspora, who you're there as business people and entrepreneurs trying to break into the markets that you exist in, and you have a brand that will open the way for you.
So we're talking about reimagination. So beyond the point of the visioning and developing the, you know, that the mission and the vision, what do we need to do? We're into action now. It's action time. We've
Right,
got a
so-
lot of visioning happening.
So I'll use Nigeria as an example.
Yeah.
And everyone is saying, oh my, Nollywood is doing so great. And we're looking at the storytellers, we're looking at the actors, we're looking at Netflix and where it's gone. But if you do some research into the Nigerian landscape, a lot of it are diaspora people who've gone back home. And so there are diaspora people. Inkblot Productions, for example, the two founders of Inkblot are gentlemen who are Nigerian, but they grew up in the UK and they had experience in the UK film industry and how the industry works. And so they brought that experience to Nigeria and set up cinemas and production companies across Nigeria. Directors who were in the UK brought their film experience, their cinematography. And so they took what they had, made it globally viable, and it's a multi-billion-dollar industry.
Absolutely.
And so that's what I want our diaspora to not just see us as a visit back home, or I'm going to go to this play, or I'm going to go to the dance recital because it's going to remind me of my culture. I want us to see it as a multi-billion-dollar industry, and that we're going to be peeling orange, as Marvin Morris would say, right?
I'm going to move to Dr. Spence, who's in Ireland. Coming to us from Ireland, where you live, you have a global vista of things, Kimmery. You have written about, you have lived, and you've immersed yourself in the global cultural economy. So my first question to you, as you've done the analysis, what do we need to be doing now to realize the vision that Delia has established for us?
It's as if Delia and I clubbed up before the conference and agreed on notes. Delia, I support exactly what you said. In my notes, I literally, the first thing I wrote was that this whole aspect of us and diaspora engagement is a two-way street on two platforms. One, a two-way street in terms of us thinking of our diaspora as brain circulation and as contacts. And so not just the visit back home, as Delia said, but also the linkages between Jamaicans and Jamaican adjacent, because there is a Jamaican diaspora, a Caribbean diaspora, an African diaspora, and then there are the Jamaican adjacent people that have been working for Jamaica despite not having a drop of discernible Jamaican blood. And these are aspects that we can tap into on both sides of it in terms of getting Jamaican things to wider markets, whether diasporic or quote unquote mainstream, but also in the other direction of having our creatives being aware of where they can tap into. But there's also another, and that is something that I will note, has traditionally been done in our diaspora. Just last year, wrote a whole chapter on in a collection on Caribbean intelligent economy. You know, it had me going back to the fact that Jamaican creatives, Caribbean creatives have been doing this in terms of cassette ninjas, CD ninjas, Happy Loss now with the platformization for decades, right? And now it's for us to actually find a way not to recreate these things and over bureaucratize them, but to give them greater strength. So reimagine, but also there is a reigniting and giving more power to what already exists.
Kim, we speak, and sometimes as academics, it happens to us. We speak about these ideas, but I want us to really talk about what are the three specific things we need to do to move that from idea to implemented project.
All right. So you want these are the things we need to do. One, we need to be more proactive. There is this sense that and having been on the government side and now on the on the academic side, I'm speaking as someone coming from that practical policy experience. We wait for diasporic connections to come to us rather than doing the research and the targeting that we, as policymakers, what we do have to our advantage, we don't target. We wait for people to come to us. We don't do the research to see. So it shouldn't wait for Delia to see a Jamaican flag. We do know who are the Caribbean and Jamaican people, and they talk about their background every time they're interviewed. But we wait to see who comes to us instead of being proactive in that linkage. Two, we're not prepared to fail. We don't, the creative industries is not like baking bread or making cars. Some things make it, really good things make it, and really good things don't make it. And we need to understand that sometimes it's just a timing issue. Squid Games failed when it first was, I think he went around and sold it for like 8 years. No one wanted it until Netflix came into that market. We also need to tap in rather than recreate. We have, for example, a whole Jamaica Bickle system around the pen relays. As it occurs, there is a sense that it could be invested, and we do it for World Games, for Olympics, but instead of having to recreate some system on top of it. My fourth one is, I talked about the two-way street, but there's also the issue of audience. Not everybody is an expert in music or film or etc. But we need to show the numbers. One of the reasons, when you look at the reggae charts for Billboard, the numbers for our album, for the sale numbers are appalling because our audience doesn't register on those platforms. So we need to find a way to get our audiences to register. And that's part of the appeal to the diaspora. It's not just, okay, be of help and services, but also promote and watch.
Yes.
The
get involved by
industry,
actually purchasing.
Because the creative industry is not just physical anymore. You see, in the heyday of reggae, that continued creation of all these festivals, but where and how, despite album numbers, Chronics, Popcorn, Shensia, all these guys still manage to get booked because there's an audience there. Are we looking into where that audience registers and making that part of the aspect? And I would support us having an export office. There are export offices in Australia, New Zealand, Korea, Canada, etc. It's not enough for us to say, okay, let's do it on the MSME. Creative industries is not like making bread. It's not like selling car. It's not like
and a lot of these are not new suggestions. They are, they exist in many places. But we're going to go to the young lady. We're going to go to Taja, and we're going to talk to Taja about that generational linkage in terms of the diaspora. One of the laments I've always heard is that second and third and fourth generation diaspora members are further distanced from Jamaican culture, but you are involved in an area that allows for that kind of inclusion and that linkage. Tell us a little bit about that, and tell us what the outlook is in terms of reconnecting with that particular group demographic.
Sure. So the diaspora is very wide. It stretches right across the world. But the common thread, I would say, among them is this interest to really reconnect with the culture. A lot of people, even if it's just their grandmother that came directly from Jamaica, will say, I am Jamaican, or I am part of Jamaica. And when they come back, they always feel this rich connection to the history. And With animation, we are able to tell these stories, and we are able to not only bring these stories to a wider audience, but to also bring the stories of that wider audience to us. Being Jamaican is not just about living in Jamaica, it's about the cultural experiences that connect us across many borders. And animation has the potential to monetize that and to also reconnect us with the people within the animation industry that are Jamaican and locally here as well. I was recently a part of a conference that sought to connect the African diaspora across the entire world, and I was pleasantly surprised to see a lot of the Caribbean diaspora as well attending that conference. And I thought to myself, it would be so fantastic if we were able to have an animation conference just like this with the Caribbean and the Jamaican diaspora in attendance and seeing how we can reconnect and tell our stories on a global scale.
Fantastic. Marissa, the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport plays a really important role in connecting all of the dots that we've spoken about today. And it's what an exciting time to be in that ministry. And to do this, the ministry has reframed, revived, and reignited the National Cultural and Creative Industries Commission, making it a council. Jamaica Creative, that you now lead, your minister has announced that the ministry is preparing legislation and a long-awaited policy to define an approach that responds to all of these things that have been documented over all of these many years in response to the need to shape that approach. And we were promised deliverables as a part of this 60th year. Tell us, Marissa, about the policy specifically, what it presents as a cohesive and planned process for cultural and creative ecosystem, and the legislation, very specifically, what it is being framed to achieve.
Wow. Good morning. I wanted to add firstly to what Delia said, or to just kind of endorse what Delia and Kim said earlier about literally what we have to do and what the ministry has to facilitate is taking up space, owning the space, owning what we have, owning that we know that we have all these centuries ago, and start to get a real piece of the pie. We all know the research, we all know the data, what the creative industries is valued, and we can all say what little we're getting from it. In terms of the ministry and its policies and its Creative Economy Act that we are trying to implement, all of those things takes time. But what I do know is that the policy that is being framed and the Creative Economy Act, which the policy will inform, it really has to be a coming together, an amalgamation of everything, of all the needs that we know we need. The problems of fragmentation, the problems of the lack of formality. And with a policy guides, but a policy does not have the teeth to enforce anything.
Mhm.
A Creative Economy Act will go further. It will legislate. And so none of that actually can happen without cooperation from creatives. And, we all sitting here, we know our colleagues, and I say our colleagues, as Deborah said earlier, I am a creative. The point is there are some things that we have to do by ourselves. No act, no policy is going to have us do it until we want to do it. Kim made a very important point. Some of us have to be proactive, stop waiting on people to guide us, and create our own narratives. The point is, the more we wait, is the more the train leaves us at the station. And we are quite clear, all of us, that the train is moving. And a lot of us are not on that train because, a lot of us are complacent. We don't want to register our business, but we want, and as Deborah said earlier, I'm glad I'm speaking, the fourth speaker, reciprocity. So we want, and we don't want to give back, and I mean, as a part of someone who works in the government, the truth is the government does not do zero. It's not at zero, it does. And are we maximizing on what is available? A simple thing as fiscal incentives. Some people, if you are a musician and you want to take in your equipment because you are creating a studio at home, you have fiscal incentives. But guess what? Some musicians will not come in and sign up a simple form because, no, I don't want to sign up because, you're going to use my thing and send it to the Ministry of Finance because you want tax. It is a two-way street. If you live in a country, you have to give to the coffers to take back. So the Creative Economy Act will try, because the bottom line is, as I said, this is not a communist country. You can take the horse to the water, but you can't force them to drink it. It is a two-way street. And as Deborah and all the panelists have shared, it is an exciting time. It is a huge task that I am placed with. It didn't start with me. And it's a relay. And you get the baton and you see how can you leave your mark, leave your legacy, and move the needle in the right direction forward. And for the diaspora, as I said, no, we don't have to wait, but the diaspora also can reach out. I agree with Kim. Do not sit there and wait. Go and find it. It's easier. It's not like one time when we were studying and there was one law book and you only have an hour. The information is there. We are well researched. No more studies need to be done. We know exactly what to do. I'll leave it there for
Fantastic.
now.
So we're not waiting. We want to hear some very clear specificities in terms of what the framework is for this policy. We have been waiting. So we're interested in hearing that as we go along, Marissa. And I'm sure you're going to be able to share some of that with us. I understand that we have Minna Lafort online with us.
Fortune.
Could you say again, please, Minna?
It's Minna La Fortune. La Fortune.
La Fortune. What a name to have. What an I hope that it is going to be reciprocal. Tell us, Minna, what you do and how, as a part of the diaspora, you are part of that reciprocity that we talk about.
Excellent. I thank you for having me this morning, and I was able to join at a very short notice. Okay, my background is varied. I'm a generalist, but long and short, I have a musical bio that extends from Arden High School with Noel Dexter to New York, where I founded the Afro-Caribbean Singers, directed them for 12 years. And now I'm a recording artist. I'm also a songwriter and a poet. So I've been, for many years, been a steward of the arts, and I realized that the diaspora is not being invited or what should I say, encouraged to be a part of the Jamaican cultural experience, en masse. The world is flat. And my position
you
is
say,
the world
Minna,
is
just to be
flat.
clear, Minna, you say the diaspora is not being invited?
This is my perception. Let me
Okay.
just expound on what I'm saying. It is my perception, and I will give you the example, that the diaspora is not being invited to be an extension of the Jamaican cultural experience and exposition.
So today we're going to be moving past the lament, and I want us to talk about some of the things.
Case in point, the recent competition, the competition for festival song. It was not promoted through the Council General's ports, social media ports. And when I personally contacted the JCDC, that in April, the competition was closed in February with no announcements, and I was encouraged to follow the JCDC Facebook page. Now, lucky for me, I know that the JCDC manages the competition, but for the wider diaspora, especially the young people, they don't know that. Right. So we need a presence. We need a presence that can reach not just me who have that experience, but the others who don't have the experience, that the JCDC is responsible for these, for the competition, like festival competition.
Minna, would
In
you
a-
agree, though, that there is a wide network of organizations within the entire diaspora, including the missions, the variety of missions, most of which have cultural attaches, many of which, based on their resources, have cultural attaches.
No,
So,
I'm not aware, and I can guarantee you that the average diasporan does not know that.
okay.
I'm in the communication pipeline. I just want to give you a background. I run a nonprofit organization also in New York City, Society for the Advancement of the Caribbean Diaspora. So I'm in touch with the major pipelines of communication throughout the United States where Caribbeans are concerned, in particular Jamaicans.
Right.
So I'm
It's
telling
a
you,
very important, it's a very important point to be made. Absolutely.
yes, so
And
I'm
so we
telling
really
you,
need to be thinking about deepening
yes, so
that
I'm telling you,
reciprocity.
there is a disconnect. There is a disconnect that we are here and they are there. And so Jamaica is the boiler room.
Well,
We are not a part of that boiler room of creativity. And I am saying today that is a fallacy. The talent in the diaspora is as potent as the talent in Jamaica. Okay.
well,
And now we need to link both and think in terms of one platform. We are Jamaicans and we're equally potent with talent, and we should be encouraged to participate in the national competitions and in the national talent pool.
there's
And
been a lot of discussion about ways in which to deepen and enrich the ways in which the diaspora can participate in these activities. What I will say is, who have ears to hear and who have eyes to see, the points have been made. Delia, you look like you're chomping at the
I
bit.
am, because this is what I meant by reimagining the diaspora. You know, Jamaica, geographically, we're a little tiny island, you know, and I feel like the diaspora has extended itself so much, but the diaspora is not embracing the fact that you have far more reach than we have here in Jamaica. So I'm looking at Mina and I'm saying, Mina, you know what would really work for me? A diaspora song competition, a song competition that speaks to the diaspora experience. And as Jamaicans, and so no wait upon Jamaica, poor JCDC, unearthing, showcasing, and developing talent. But the mandate really, I think, is here. And so what I think, Deborah, as a real practical thing, and I hear that's what you want, is first of all, we have to really establish some cultural and creative database. Because me not here in New York, but so is the Brata singers. And I've been to Brata events, but I go Brata events and I don't know if I've seen half of the Jamaican people in New York.
Very
And
important.
so I hear pieces of Jamaicans in New York saying, I'm struggling with culture. I'm struggling with culture. When you have 100 of una struggle with culture, we have 100 of una come together
Yes.
as Jamaican cultural creatives in New York, it can work. So it needs to me, one of the first things is a database that says, this is who we are, this is what we do, this is how we share information, so that we all know what is happening and that we all can create our own cultural and creative space.
Absolutely. As part
where
of
we
that,
are.
as part of that coordinated effort.
Absolutely.
I wanted to ask Marissa, is it possible
Can
for
I
someone
jump in at
someone
some
in the
point?
diaspora to register on the
On the e-registry,
Mhm.
I believe so. But what I want to do, seeing that we're having a productive day, seeing that I am based inside the ministry and I may not have known about your organization and any other organization within the diaspora that deals with the culture and creative industries, my email is mbenain, MBENAIN, at mcges.gov.jm. Whatever organization, let me repeat, mbenain, MBENAIN, at mcges.gov.jm. I can't commit to the impossible, But what I'm going to commit to you, send me your cultural organization and we will put it in our database. And I can also commit to sharing information that touches and concern the creative and cultural industries that is a part of the ministry's mandate. Anything that we're sending out as a part of Jamaica Creative, we will share the information with you. And if it is that you have your own events or programs and you want to share it with the ministry, you can do it. That is my personal ministry email. It's not going to go to file 13. So we are here. We just let's do things. I'm not going to sit here and harp about what did not happen. That is my email.
Right,
You
right.
send me the information, and I will send you the information.
Today is about moving the needle, and
Yeah,
that's exactly
I
what
just
we're
want
doing.
to
I hear
interject
Kim.
here.
Kim,
Yeah.
I'm hearing
Okay,
Kim.
go to Kim, and then I want to say something.
Surely,
So,
absolutely.
kudos to Marissa on that. I would advocate moving it just one step forward even in that sign up, having like a slot on diaspora so there's a start a building up of that diaspora base, because that's what I meant in terms of the proactive versus the reactive. The few diaspora that do come to us, great, but there are a whole lot that, well, Jamaica, they're diaspora and they're proud, but being Jamaican isn't their raison d'etre. There's more, and those are the people you actually want. I can say from actually being a board member on Kingston Creative, for example, that has been a big part of getting some of the brainstorming, for strategic brainstorming from people who were willing to give up time, but not be part of the organization because they have other things to do. Another aspect of that would be also read the commissions, the high commissions, etc. Sitting on the Jamaica Diaspora Council, a big part of my role as arts and culture expert has been actually creating this informal database and making the connection. But I do think it would be far more effective because that's a free voluntary job. So when I have to mark papers, the work that pays me has to take precedence. These are the kinds of databases that could be amalgamated, not just at the different high commissions, but you're talking about the kind of communications. Just people knowing what's happening is a big part of it. I mean, the things that created of just having people meet each other and just leave them to work. I've seen, see the results. So it's that tapping in thing. Let people meet and let it move forward.
Agreed, Kim. What we found with some of the projects that we've done, and I'm coming right to you, Minna, is that people want to be involved. People right across from here, locally, overseas, they want to be involved and they want to feel welcome to become involved. Minna, we're going to close off this section really quickly as we move on to foreign trade.
Yeah, I just want to underscore what you just said. People want to be involved. And the case in point, I made a request to provide some entertainment for the diaspora conference. And to date, I have not received any response regarding that, in spite of sending out an email as I was asked to do.
As I said before, who have ears to hear? Who have eyes to see? We're moving on to foreign trade at this point. We have a whole set of activities that we hear you, and we're going to ensure it doesn't happen again. But we're going to look at some of the other issues as we move forward. We're going to have questions at the very end, and we're going to be talking about some of these issues because we know that they are real to you. We know. We're not trying to, but we have a finite amount of time. So I wanted to get to the issue of foreign policy. There is I was looking this morning at the foreign policy that is online, foreign trade policy. And Kim, I want us to talk about this need to increase exports and where we are in actually making that happen. The policy speaks to a target of expanding exports, music exports, by 50 million US dollars over 5 years. And they also want to increase exports across CCIs by 20% annually. What do we need to do to position ourselves to get there? That's what we're talking about today.
I have a very boring, unexciting answer for that one. The boring answer is we actually need to set a baseline. How are you going to, and it sounds fanciful, but if you don't actually have these statistics, how do you know what you're increasing, what you're not increasing, what you need to count, etc.? And that it's not a lament point, but that's very much a square government initiative. Set the baseline. There have been 2 baseline studies in recent years. One with the chair. I'm not sure what the end result has been, but we need to set a baseline before we can even, because we don't even know what we have. We don't even know what we're not counting. At this point in time, we're counting this general entertainment thing that doesn't work. So that's my first thing. So set the baseline so we even know if we're going to fail the target or make the target. And that's a government initiative. The other part, the more exciting part is that actually for us to make that happen, that's about that some of it will be counting that will get us there, because we're already far past those targets, literally. But the other thing is for us to put in place the team, the export office that I talked about, to actually help with that kind of marketing. A big part, and as an academic, it affects me as well, a big part of the issues within our cultural and creative industries is about mobility. And so when we go and we have these grand agreements with different countries, mobility has to be a big part of it, in terms of, because you can't be a singer if you can't travel. I keep a continual list of singers who can't go to the US and what that means for their career.
Right.
And these are not the ones in jail.
And
visas. So I will share one where my scholar, etc., with who is employed by someone, so can get an employment letter. There are actually no Schengen visa appointments in the UK or Ireland until September. So this doesn't affect a St. Lucian, but it affects Jamaicans.
Right. So
we
need to be doing some very targeted negotiations then.
Right.
When we're talking about those trade discussions and we're sitting in the right building, a lot of those discussions have to become a lot more targeted. And actually, we in the sector have to be talking about bringing to bear the very specific things that we need to see in those agreements. I want to move quickly to Delia.
Where I will add a standard point of when we're in, as you said, when we're in those negotiations, we need to think about these things. We need to realize that we're negotiating for manufacturing, tourism, and the creative industries. We need to think about that this group, these industries as part of the people we're arguing for.
Okay. Yeah. Absolutely. We've been asked to take a break, and we're going to come right back. Okay. And I'm going to go to Delia when we do.
And Kim, I need to ask a question regarding
they've asked us to break. When we come back,
mobility. We will. Yeah, issues of mobility.
Now you know Jamaica. Do business Jamaica.
For over 60 years, we at the Best Dressed Chicken have kept our commitment to you, our valued partners and consumers, supporting communities through difficult times and emerging stronger. Now more than ever, we stand with you. As we reopen our doors, we remain committed to the highest safety and sanitation standards to keep both you and our team safe and our production strong. We continue to pledge our support to all our community, wholesalers, retailers, schools, restaurants, and hotels to continue feeding Jamaica and helping to rebuild our economy. Together, we will become stronger, more resilient as we continue on our mission to help Jamaica grow strong.
Think you know Jamaica? We are manufacturing. Now you know Jamaica. Do business Jamaica.
We're doing the panel on cultural and creative industries. Welcome back. I'm Deborah Hickling Gordon from the University of the West Indies, and we have an erstwhile panel here who's have been sharing a lot of their information about how to develop the cultural and creative industries in tandem with our diaspora. And I'm going to go quickly to Delia, who wanted to respond to a point that was made a little earlier.
Our foreign trade.
Right.
One of the things we have to start looking at also coming out of the baseline is what are the markets that will work for us. We keep forcing the US market, we're forcing the UK market. When we look at content, digital content and content creation, the US's biggest market is Asia. I want us to think about that.
Yeah.
The US sells most of their content to Asia. And when you look at the Jamaican brand, Deborah, you know Japan and its love for our music. We know the numbers that are coming out of South Africa, out of Nigeria. So I want us, when we begin to talk about foreign trade and foreign exchange and the foreign markets, stop look on the same place them. Let's begin to look at the places that will ensure that we get the numbers and the kind of interest and the kind of money that we want to get.
And you know, there's an interesting thing about foreign trade. Sometimes when we think about this issue of trade, we think of this elaborate, you know, kind of set of negotiations. When we're talking about trade, we're really talking about individuals doing with business with each other across borders. Yeah, that being international trade and domestically doing business with each other. So essentially, we just need to be doing things to create that enabling environment. Yeah. That is going to allow us to do more business better.
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
All right. So
Kim,
I'm gonna move.
I just need to interject here that while we talk about trade, we can't ignore the recent issue in Guyana with one of our DJ artists who was denied entry because of the content of his lyrics. When you look at the streaming of Jamaican artists, it's not a healthy look. The language, the content of these artists is frightening. It is not in keeping with our culture. It is not in keeping with our tradition. And this is going to impact who gets the contract overseas.
Absolutely.
It's going to impact our creative markets, our creative ability. No, don't discount Afrobeats. The Nigerians and the Ghanaians and all these other Gambians, they are rising in Billboard, on Billboard charts. I mean, look at the Nigerian who closed up Billboard concerts.
I have a very specific question that speaks to some of these issues in the music industry in our segment 3.
We need to clean up our houses. We are allowing too much slackness and violent content to impact our creative industries, and it's going to hurt everybody. It's not
Well,
just going to hurt them.
this issue
It's
of
going to hurt
allowing, we can
everybody.
we could talk about that for a long time, but we're not going to talk about that today. I'm going to talk to move to Taja. And I want to ask her about this new process of the digital age and trade, doing business in the digital age. What does that look like, and what do we have to look forward to in terms of trading in the digital sphere?
So, trading in the digital sphere primarily composes of learning a few different skills. As a creative, you are not just creating the content, you are also the marketer. You are also sometimes your own accountant if you are very, very small and not as well established. So, there are a lot of varied skills that we would need in order to really make a big impact on the digital sphere. So, for example, learning how to use social media effectively in order to communicate with the diaspora and to show the diaspora that the content is being produced here and that we are willing to connect is extremely important. And that trade also looks like me creating content, for example, children's books, and being able to publish on Amazon to a wide variety of people. And I also agree as well with the point of knowing who your audience is. The US market is not the only market. For example, in Jamaica, we have a very strong culture of anime, which is a type of animated cartoon. That is not necessarily produced in English, but it still has a very strong community here in Jamaica, and Japan is all the way around the world. As previously stated, Japan also loves our music. There is a lot of digital trade happening right now because the various channels have opened up for how we can produce that content. But it is also up to Jamaica as well to push forward our ability to share that content, because not every available channel to monetize is available to us here in the Caribbean, unfortunately. So I think we do need to also reach out as well and establish a way to get that content monetized. And I also think too, this digital trade should happen in our universities. So a lot of the new push for Black content in animation has been very heavy recently. And I am very grateful for that, because it's not just content centered around Black people, but also created by Black people, created by the diaspora of different nations. So, what we really need to do is reach into the universities, create a bond between the different art universities and the ones that exist here, and strengthen those bonds so that we can have a cross border communication with the different ways and methods to produce that content and figure out the best practices to monetize and push forward and
Yes.
show the world that we are here and we are ready.
Indeed. That also takes me to another area that's actually quite interesting, and our research has shown, Kim Marie spoke to it, that sound systems, that there is a great emphasis on sound systems, particularly in the European market. And we need to place a lot of emphasis on the development of that. But I also want to talk a little bit about sport. And you're from that ministry too, Marissa. And we're talking in the trade policy, they speak about creating an enabling environment to facilitate trade. And I want to know very specifically what that enabling environment looks like, and how does it include some of those things that we may not necessarily speak of in terms of the cultural and creative industries, or we waver about in terms of sport, in terms of sound systems, in terms of issues of anime, some of those things that may not fall within the 5 or 7 that we traditionally speak about.
Well, for the area of sport in the ministry, I think maybe that is one of the areas that is facilitated the most in terms of access globally. It is easier to write a recommendation or make an overture to an embassy to facilitate participation internationally. But what we also have to realize is that sometimes, though Jamaica is a signatory to, for example, the 2005 convention that speaks about access. Once your country has ratified that convention, you're supposed to have access. But what sometimes we don't discuss is that conventions does not sidestep your own country's immigration laws. And so as much as, you're signed this convention, you're supposed to have access to share your culture in our case, or sports, it is not a clear-cut decision, and sometimes negotiations takes place. I know sometimes that the ministry is consulted on when these foreign affairs trips are taking place for negotiations. But it's not as simple and straightforward as we want to make it sound. And sometimes there are other issues, there are other factors that will allow or curtail access for some of our musicians, sports people. But I must say, in terms of even now, we went through the pandemic, and a lot of our sports and entertainers were here. It gave them the opportunity to sell themselves virtually. It was an opportunity. The world is opening, and all our artists and our sports, especially now, we have athletes all over the world, and the ministry has been quite facilitating to most of them. There are issues that sometimes we're not able to resolve, and we can't sit here and feel, because you go to the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport, and you have an issue, that it is going to be resolved because we've had people come, well, we're signatories to the convention, I'm supposed to have access. It doesn't work like that. And even Jamaica, we have our own immigration laws that will prevent people from coming here. It's just that maybe it doesn't make news. But in terms of, so there's so much we can't promise, or we can't put in an act or a policy, the impossible. And we have to be mindful of those things. But the Creative Economy Act, in terms of some specific areas, in terms of knowledge sharing, in terms of making this place a destination to train, or, for example, how the Ministry of Education can facilitate the knowledge sharing that we need our students to have from a very early age. Spoke about the inclusion of the university. We had a creative expo recently, and I was pleasantly surprised. I had to communicate with, there was a degree now at University of the West Indies in animation. I was pleasantly surprised. And what I think we need to do more of, and we cannot do more of, is communicating, going out there and communicating. There are lots of students who I was very surprised, who wanted to hear from us, who wanted to feel like, yes, the ministry knows that I have this creative business and we are doing things. So it's a lot of work, but I think we are moving in the right direction. But the bottom line is we have to keep that communication channel open. No policy, no act will do it. It's going to be a set of paper. We have a whole heap of paper. We are well researched. Every country researches. People even research us more than we research ourselves. So let's not kid ourselves. We have to be proactive, and we have to actually do. No paper is going to do anything for any of us. We have to reach out, and you have to reach out.
All right. So we're going to be looking, Delia, I want you to put on your behavior change hat. And I want us to respond to some of the issues that Minna had raised. I want us to look at the quality of music, and the quality of our products has been raised in a number of ways this very week. There's been the issue of the festival song competition. There's been the issue of the gentleman who has not been allowed into the artist bands in Guyana. There's been the reframing of those activities. So as a practitioner, I want you to talk a little bit about Jamaican artistry and the status of Jamaican artistry, and what we need to do. What are the issues that exist within this diaspora space?
So I'm going to say capacity building.
Yeah.
Because one of the things that we keep insisting on is that the artist must be the manager, must be the entrepreneur, must be the person signing the contracts, must be the publisher, must be the everything. Every time I ask them, the president of Sony, is he an actor? I don't think so. So if you look at the head of the music labels, if you look at the head of the film companies, they're businessmen and women. And so we have to get to a space where we engage the diaspora and say, as business men and women, can you bring your global business acumen to my creative talent and help me to bring it where it needs to go. And so I'm glad you were speaking about sport, because if we think about it, the capacity of our coaches in Jamaica is what has made our performances consistent. We've had extreme talent come out of Jamaica. But then when you look at the boys and girls championship structure, and then GC Foster has churned out track and field coaches. And so we've seen that the athletes that come from schools is not just one and two school name calling anymore, because we have the capacity to support it. So when you have an artist who's talented, and he wants to put together lyrics and he wants something that catchy, unless you have the kind of structure around him that will say, hey, this is catchy, but it's not going to carry you further than Palisados. So when I hear us talk about artists being banned in countries, Bob Marley's played everywhere. Bob Marley's never been banned. Shaggy has never been banned. Sean Paul has never been banned. Coffee has never been. I mean, I could name for everyone that's been banned, I can name 10 who haven't. And so sometimes when we focus on the one and the two, extremely talented, but who's guiding them?
Yeah.
To say, you're talented, brother, but you're not going to pass Montego Bay with this. What is your vision? What is the business plan that you have for yourself as an artist? And Deborah, when you go into a lot of the international, they go into A&R. They go into several different departments that say, this is what your career is going to be. This is the path. A&R say,
There's a
that
path
song then fit your brand.
of development.
Put it down, not touch it. And so what are the structures that we have that are supporting the talent that we have? We're expecting the talent to have the business acumen, to have the A&R, to have and they just shouldn't.
Yes. Okay. Yes, Marissa.
To what Delia said, sometimes the artists themselves have to also trust people who would have studied and researched the area that you are not an expert in. So you want to be a manager, but you don't know how to manage, And also some of the artists, sometimes you have to take personal responsibility. If it is that you only want to end up at Palisados, then so be it. But some of it is personal responsibility. All of us know. We are all not born just singing bad songs. You must know what it is that your end goal is. And if it is that this is the lyrics that you want to pass on, you must also take the responsibility of what will come with it. I will never try and police anybody has to say what they ought to sing or not to sing. But at the end of the day, it is your personal responsibility that you have taken as an artist that you want to sing and share some kind of content that will not take you anywhere. That is your responsibility. So if you don't go further than Palisados, you know why.
Sean Paul has a song, Deborah. It was just a change of a word. I won't get into the song. But when they heard it, they said, this word not going to work. He took it out.
Right.
Changed it.
And the rest
Global
was
hit.
history.
Global hit.
We're going to engage
But
individuals
I
who
have
are
a
here. We're going to ask, we only have a few minutes left, and we know that there are people who may have a couple of questions, a couple of issues that they
Yeah.
want to raise. Just stand up, say your name, indicate who you will have a question for, and we'll see how many we can get in the few minutes that we have left. The person with the mic is over here, and then the gentleman on my right. Go ahead, please.
Hello.
Could you
Hello.
stand and identify yourself, please? Let us know who you are and ask your question.
Hi, my name is Asha, and I am the regional lead of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council, and part of, in regards to the cultural expositions and things like that, that's something that's very personal to me. And how can we engage diaspora youth in that realm? Because my mother is an Edna Manley alum, and whenever I come back, she would always take me to Melogaron, and I would see people doing Dinky Mini and different things like that. But there's no place for someone like myself, unless I'm in Jamaica, to learn those things. If you look at different diaspora communities in the US, say like Chinese, they have their own little school that they may go to if their parents decide to do so. Or maybe some Jewish communities teach Yiddish.
So let me be clear about the question. You want to find out where you are in the diaspora, where there are opportunities for you to learn about issues to do with Jamaica, because when you come to Jamaica, there are more than options.
Yes, when you're in Jamaica, yes. But
Yes.
some people, especially young people, don't just have the opportunity. They have school, they have this, they can't just
Right.
come
Yep,
to
yep.
Jamaica. One person that I know is very good at this is Latanya Style in regards to dancehall. She has YouTube tutorials. She also, during the pandemic, did Zoom classes. And I'm wondering if there's a way that maybe the
You know that you've just created a business model, and so you need to go with it. So you now need to go and make yourself rich.
Well,
And you
yes,
need
but I can't do the dances.
it is a business model and it's an opportunity. And yes, there are people who need to, kind of create that content. We're in the era of content. Content is king.
Send me an
Um,
email.
and send Marissa an email.
Deborah, I want to just jump on what you're saying. Listen, Jamaican restaurants discovered that in America, people want to eat Jamaican food. And so they started selling Jamaican food. Now, people want to learn to dance Jamaican, talk Jamaican. It wouldn't come from here. It's an opportunity. I think what Deborah is saying for someone in the
Exactly.
diaspora. And that's why I'm saying reimagine
Yes,
what the diaspora
yes.
can do. That it doesn't always have to come
from
here.
home. Yes.
Yes, exactly.
This is the foundation. But you're in a space that it's so much more when you do it where you are.
The gentleman on the right, please.
Good morning, all.
Good morning.
Good morning,
I
sir.
am Bruce Barclay. In 1973, I represented Jamaica and got a track scholarship to a university in the United States. I could not afford $800 for the airfare, so my family couldn't. The alternate was I joined the JDF and took a different path. I say that to say this, that there are a lot of athletes overseas who are hurting. And is there a plan to support our athletes on scholarships in the United States and not wait for them to bust out, so to speak, at the Olympic level? They need help. Is there a plan to help our student athletes overseas who are hurting financially?
I'm hearing Carol Beckford in my head. Thank you very much for that question. Is there anything?
The second quick point is, some years ago, we started something in Miramar, a partnership between Jamaica and the US, UTEC and GC Foster, etc. I am asking, is there a plan to take it to the next level and consider in Miramar, the city of Miramar, a Jamaica International Speed Academy where we can earn big bucks? I'm a personal trainer, a strength and conditioning trainer, and people come to me all the time. It needs to be structured. I am tired. I can't do it.
It's an interesting
That's
one.
another business
And I don't think
model.
there's anybody on this panel who would be able to respond to that. But here's what I would say to you. Your email, I'm sure Marissa is a whole ministry, and there are a number of departments. But I'm sure if you route it through Marissa and you were to send the appropriate information, she'll get it to the right person. Have I put you on the spot, Marissa? Can it be sent to you?
Send it. I know where to send it to.
I have 10 more,
Yeah,
but
no,
I'll wait until I see them.
Yeah, no.
Put
but
them
I
in
think-
writing and send them on.
You have the email address, right?
But like you
I'll get it after.
I
Okay.
wanted to add though that I mean, let's not overlook the developments that have happened, because there was a time when our elite athletes had to go away on scholarship.
Yes.
But since
yes.
then, what UTEC has done, what University of the West Indies has done, what the club teams have done in Jamaica, the MVPs and so on, it's not enough. It will never, it's not enough to handle all of the athletes. But I just didn't want us to overlook that when we were able to say to Usain Bolt, you don't have to go overseas, you can train here. Shelley Ann Fraser Price, train here. Elaine Thompson Hera. So when we were still able to say to our athletes, you can stay home and train and get the kind of support that you need, that there's been some development.
But
So
there,
yes,
but that's a business idea for the diaspora as well.
The
Why
thing
not
is a
have-
perfect example without laboring the point. Otto Bolden is training Brianna Williams. If Brianna needs to go to the next level, Stephen Francis or Glenn Mills has to take charge of her. I say it publicly.
Otto wouldn't appreciate what
I
you're
love
saying.
Otto. I love Otto, but there's a feeling that she needs to go to another level.
This sounds like a whole program all of its
Right.
own. Yes, Marissa?
Okay, so I'm not going to address that Brianna situation at all. What I will say with regards to the athletes, and one thing that Delia said in terms of what the government is doing, and from even previous administration in starting insurance program for athletes, to the point where Minister Grange even announced an increase to our athletes in terms of incentives. And that is a step in the right direction. With regards to the students, the student athletes, you know, a part of that challenge also is communication. We have hundreds of athletes who leave here August every year to take up scholarships. Some scholarships that were not truly scholarships. But if the ministry sometimes, and the government in general sometimes, will not have an account of every athlete who actually goes. Some start on a track scholarship, but end up doing something else. All that needs to happen, and maybe I can suggest also to the sports department, is maybe we have a registry of students who actually go, and so that we can track them. That is not easy, because as you say, if you go to champs every year, you have at least 400 athletes that will take up a scholarship. We get the list every year when they have a visa issue. That is how sometimes you only find them, because there's a visa challenge.
So now we have another solution. We put another solution in place. I think we're moving things along quite nicely. Is there
I have a
anybody
question
else
for the
from our
minister.
audience? I'm seeing a hand, but I'm not seeing her behind the lectern. Hi, Jackie. How are you? Really quickly, as we have a few minutes left.
I have
Good morning,
one
ladies.
question before you close.
Okay, Latoya, we're gonna come to you in a minute, Minna. Just 1 second. We have a question from the floor.
Morning to you, ladies. I've had the privilege of working with several of you through the creative and the cultural industries, and also to work with several of our diaspora partners and organizations and the consulates. And I must say that the creative and cultural industry is a very vibrant area for us to have a number of multicultural programs. And with us, several of our industry leaders are here today, ready and waiting, especially in this room, to collaborate with the ministry, Jamaican organization, in partnering to advance this particular area. You mentioned, I think, Delia, you spoke about the business plan that we would ask artists. I get those questions every day from artists. Several of them can't really structure our own business plan. And this is a model that takes place among the small business sector right across the board. So DBJ, for example, they have a particular grant, 300,000 Jamaican dollars, where they assist small business in providing an expert that helps to develop these business model plans. Is there a pool, or is there a grant specifically, either through DBJ in collaboration with the ministry, to help artists and the creative sector to partner with several of our programs in the diaspora area?
I think I can answer that. I would say that there have been, in the last maybe 4 or 5 years, a series of grants that have come out of a number of
support.
that support artists in different ways. There are those that have come out of the Caribbean. There is a Creative Caribbean grant called Right Now that is open, that, you know, if you go to the UNESCO site and plug in Creative Caribbean, there's a call open now for a number of different areas that creatives can participate in through grant funding. There is the Cultural and Creative Industries Fund in Barbados that provides through the CDB for the entire Caribbean, and a number of others that have come out of a number of organizations that Marissa probably has a greater handle on.
And Jackie, I gave earlier my email address. The new Caribbean Creative Grant that is out now, that's 3 million euros, and that is for Caribbean people.
But the
Jackie, but what
concern-
I want to say to you is, so this is what I was getting at. The singer is not going to access the grant.
I was just
So
about
what
to
I'm
say
what
that.
I'm suggesting therefore is there's an opportunity for a business person who
Right.
understands how to
Mhm.
structure to access the grant
On their
and
behalf.
say what I want to do is to offer assistance or consultations to artists, to singers, to dancers on how to
That's a
frame
great
their
idea.
business plans and what they want to do and then step in and fill that gap.
Also, Jackie, there is currently in the next 2 months or so, Jamaica Creative will also be hosting a series of business training programs. They don't have to pay anything, they just need to turn up. Okay? In just simply writing a business plan, just simply registering your business. We're starting from the ground up. And that is, I mean, that was a part of our Creative Expo model to have them experience people like Delia who are business oriented, who are running successful creative businesses and not necessarily having them sit in front of struggling artists who would not have their systems, formal. So things are happening.
We need
But
to look at those too.
yeah, so as I said before,
In
send us an
particular, we need to
email.
look
The
at
email is
those.
there. Anything you want to ask in terms of grants, you can send an email and we can answer the questions.
In terms of the
Yeah.
this,
And
the state of development. I'm coming around to everybody now, Kim.
But just a quick,
All
just
right.
to wrap up the point. So, as a call to action, I am recommending whether it be a pool of experts in this area that can assist to be part of a diaspora committee joint task force.
I'm
because
gonna task
this
you,
is the only sector
Jackie.
that
I'm
I'm
gonna
aware of in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that does not have a task force.
Jackie. I'm gonna task you with penning that
With the
email.
task force.
I have no
Task her
problem.
with the task force.
I'm gonna task you with penning that email directly through to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, copied into Miss Benin, and let the ministries work it through. But provide the information. Let's be proactive.
It's funny,
about
Jackie of all
these
persons know
issues.
exactly who to write to. I'm a little bit shocked.
All right, we're gonna go
I'm
around.
assisting with the questions. And one final point.
We have
And
5 minutes, Jackie, and we're gonna.
Final point. And the scholarships. You spoke about scholarships. If there could be a pool of scholarships for multicultural exchange and studies in the areas of tourism, in the area of creative and cultural industry, particularly reaching out to some of the diaspora partnerships.
I know that you, with your entrepreneurial spirit, you're going to put that platform in place, and we're going to hear that it has happened.
All right, thank you so much.
All right. So we're going to wrap things up, and I have a question that I'm going to ask everybody to give me in a minute and a half. The question, and we're going back to this issue of reigniting and revisiting and renewing and re-examining this issue of the relationships with the diaspora. From where you sit, frame for us what the pressure points are, and of course, what we have to do to address them. Two very specific things. Let's add them to that list that Marissa says that we have a whole list of recommendations. I don't think we can get too many, and I don't think there can be too much research. But can we each identify two very specific things that we need to do to ensure that we get this reigniting process actionable? Kim, quickly.
All right. So one, I wanted to add that, just in response to Jackie's question that, there are also private organizations doing things. And I know Kingston Creative has a Createch at its Creative Hub downtown, and that's for Jamaica-based creatives. So there are also private initiatives happening. I will add that segues into my two initiatives. One,
I'm accepting advertising money.
No, I'm just giving options because that's what it's there for. But there's diaspora situated activities. So a lot of what we've talked about is how the diaspora and Jamaica can connect, but not everything for Jamaicans is for diaspora and vice versa. And there's some thinking about what is for each different group, but there needs to be more diaspora situated activity, as in, as a way of getting that kind, one as outreach, but also as part of the database. It keeps coming up again and again, the need for information.
Yeah.
I talked about the baseline, just in terms of Jamaican cultural statistics, but it comes up again and again, the need for a
Absolutely.
database.
And it
that
should not be
part of our
underplayed.
And that should be part of our foreign mission. It's not about, okay, who walks through the door. Is are we going out and selling this? Being here in Ireland, I can tell you that every time the Oscars happens, every time the Grammy happens, there are Irish diasporic activities sponsored from their missions to make sure to see who is in Hollywood that's Irish, so we know who to call. Even before we know what we're calling about, we already know the contact of who to call. So
Mina, really quickly, because they're chasing us out of here now.
Okay,
Really quickly, we're taking it down to one thing that now needs to be done.
One thing that needs to be done is innovation. We need to innovate. We need to consider the world is flat. It's not this, it's not them and us. It's all away. We are one family, we are one culture, and we must move the barriers, and we must think about us, not who down the yard and who that foreign.
That sounds like a tagline. Taja.
So just to be very brief, I think digital literacy, as well as an increase in the drive for the education sector, primarily from the base level, art education will improve in Jamaica. We really need to make active measures. The reason I became an artist was because a lot of the teachers I had encouraged me and my artistic abilities from a young age. So I think that's primarily what we should be focused on, the basics, as well as cross-cultural exchanges among the art universities, as well as with UE and other art universities as well, so that our students get exposure and those other students get exposure to us as well, and we can really solidify those connections.
Fantastic, Delia.
Right, so I just want to say the database is a collection of information. What I want to see from that is now action happening from the database. And so I feel like the consular offices, the citizens, and the Caribbean communities, Jackie said a task force. I want to see consistent coming together meetings, cultural and creative industry meetings within the diaspora. So people meet, decide on what they're doing. We never bring up literature, Deborah. We talk about the struggling things. But when we talk about how successful our writers have been, Marlon James is here now filming with HBO. And so there are things that work, but we have to meet consistently and not just at a diaspora conference like this.
I had a question too about why is it that our artists, like especially our literary artists, have to go away to find their.
But that's okay. That's okay too. That's okay.
All right, Marissa, take it home.
Communication. Two-way. You all have my email. Let's talk.
It's been a wonderful morning, ladies and gentlemen, and I thank you all for joining us as we have moved the needle, like we've had a number of very, very specific areas of movement on this needle, on the development of the cultural and creative industries and ecosystem in Jamaica and its diaspora. I'm Deborah Hickling-Gordon. Thank you so much for staying with us.
Great job, Deborah.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Great conversation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hickling-Gordon, and your panelists. Thank you very much. Can we have a round of applause once again for our participants, please? I think we're going to be checking in with New York, and I'm wondering who we're going to see, because I'm seeing so many familiar faces from New York here. So we'll see who's left in New York. Take it away.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Let's break and come back.
Cool.
Find the businesses to help you live a better life, a beautiful life. a graceful life with Grace Kennedy Financial Group.
The Gleaner wants you to unfold our pages in a new way. Download the eGleaner app for quick and convenient access to daily exclusive news at your fingertips. Get it now in the App Store or the Google Play Store. Search eGleaner, click download, then sign in or register via jamaica-gleaner.com/premium to activate. Take control of your daily read. Download the eGleaner app today.
Customer service improvement. SMS text is sent to customers advising on the result of form search, which is a detailed search that seeks to ascertain registration information for individuals who do not have a registration number. Our BDMS, birth, death, marriage system is directly updated to the system. This accommodates correction of errors on certificates to be corrected and reprinted immediately upon return of certificates by customers. Application for refunds are also accepted on the RGD's website. Our online web chat facilitates customers worldwide where they communicate real-time with RGD representatives who assist with queries.
NIS pensioners, your new life certificates are now pressure sealed. Here are 5 easy steps for opening and returning the certificate. Fold and tear the 2 short sides. Now fold and tear the long sides as well. Gently pull the sides of the envelope apart and detach the certificate. Fill out the certificate with your name, signature date, and telephone number. The certificate is to be signed and stamped by a JP, Notary Public, or any of the persons listed. Return the completed life certificate to the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, 14 National Hero Circle, Kingston, or the parish office nearest you by the given date.
If you have changed your address, complete the change of address form and return to our offices immediately. For further information, contact the parish office nearest to you. The National Insurance Scheme, always working for you.
Oh, I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm a Jamaican in New York. It's time to go to New York. Let's go straight to New York right now.
Oh my God. Oh, wonderful. Good morning. Thank you so much, Darvin. I didn't know that you could sing so well.
Of course, this is Jamaica's Consul General in New York, Alcyon Roach Wilson. Welcome, welcome. Good to be joining you. How are you? How's it going in New York?
I am doing fine. It's 80 degrees here, so this is my type of weather. So we are all enjoying the weather. So thank you so much. How are you doing?
Fine, thanks. Good to see you.
Wonderful. Well, a wonderful morning to all. Good evening. I know that some persons are logged in from all over the world, so it's nighttime where some persons are. And it's amazing to see everyone joining us for our monumental conference this morning. Let me start, though, by thanking the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade for providing this medium to discuss Jamaica's future, how digital currency will shape it. And of course, a big thank you to our guests who will expand on this fascinating and increasingly relevant topic. Now, let's talk money, my favorite subject. Money is what we know it, and it is generally available in digital form through means that you and I use daily. As such, we use debit cards or our mobile banking. Digital currency, in this case, is one that is exclusively electronic. Awareness about digital currency market has seen a boost and since its introduction of Bitcoin in 2009. However, the digital currency we will be discussing today is quite different, and our speakers today will explain in more detail. Ladies and gentlemen, what do we know about Bitcoin? Bitcoin is a currency, is a cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrencies were designed for users to store value on a decentralized medium for discrete person-to-person transactions across the network of computers using a blockchain database. Cryptocurrencies are completely independent of commercial or central bank. Cryptocurrencies have largely treated as a digital commodity by the average person rather than as means of buying everyday items. The volatility of cryptocurrencies has been especially evident in recent news. In fact, the value of the popular cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin and Ethereum, has seen a 70% decrease from their peak values, causing some investors to lose over $2 trillion in less than a year. Even more recently, Mr. Bill Gates, during his presentation at a seminar in Los Angeles last week, took a strong position against NFTs. On the other hand, the new central bank digital currencies have been emerging across the globe and envisioned to be convenient, reliable, and secure alternatives to physical cash. The central question before us today is this: are digital currencies simply a new way to hold and transfer value? Or will they have a far-reaching transformative and effect that will change our economy forever? Currently, Jamaica's economy is primarily cash-driven. However, the Bank of Jamaica's introduction of its own digital currency, known as the JAMDEX, aim to transform the way that our Jamaican society uses and views money. In fact, Jamaica first announced the JAMDEX pilot program in 2020. JAMDEX opens the door for innovative, digitized trades and modernization of our enterprises. As early adopters of the central bank digital currencies, Jamaica is well poised to be at the forefront of the ever-changing digital landscape. In addition to the efficient and ease that the JAMDEX promises, this new digital currency will foster increased inclusion of our people in the banking system. This program will bridge the gaps for our citizens, allowing more Jamaican access to new opportunities. On that note, I am excited to hand over the reins of this compelling conversation to our guest speakers for today. Our speakers for today, of course, are Mr. Richard Biles, the Governor of the Bank of Jamaica, Mr. Mario Griffiths, Director of the Payment Systems and Policy at the Bank of Jamaica, and my dear friend, Mr. Dan Keeler, the Editor-in-Chief of Blockworks, the leading information resource on digital currencies. I will now turn over to my friend, Dan. Thank you.
Thank you, Asia. And that's a wonderful introduction. You've given us a really good grounding in cryptocurrencies and digital currencies as well. So that's very helpful. We're going to go into a lot more detail and hopefully find out some of the benefits of creating a central bank digital currency, which is, as you mentioned, very distinct from a standard cryptocurrency like Bitcoin or Ether. Delighted to be here. Really appreciate you bringing me into this fantastic event. I have to say the previous panel was just really exciting and interesting. So it's quite a tough act to follow, but hopefully we'll keep you engaged and educate you in the process. So I'm delighted to be joined by Rich Biles, who, as you mentioned, is the governor of the central bank, and Mario is joining us too. I'm looking forward to hearing your insights. So, Richard, I'd love to kick off with you. We've already touched on what a central bank digital currency is, but I'd love to hear from you how you would describe it and how it works. It is obviously a new technology. It is as far as I understand, it's a direct corollary with real traditional currencies. But I'd love to hear your perspective on how it works.
No, Mike? Okay. Thank you very much, Dan, for that question, and it's good to speak to you again. In thinking about central bank digital currency, JAMDEX as we call it, you need to keep your eye on cash, because exactly what you do with cash, we want you to do with JAMDEX eventually. Right? So JAMDEX is just a digital form of cash, and just as you would carry cash in your pocket or in your handbag, you'll carry JAMDEX on your phone. So when we want to create cash, we send an order abroad. Money gets printed or minted. It comes to us, and we distribute it through the commercial banks to the businesses and to individuals. We will do the same thing with digital currency. We have a special computer that mints digital currency at the Bank of Jamaica and keep tracks of how much and which commercial bank we send it to. In turn, the commercial banks have their special computer that keeps track of where that money is distributed to, which businesses and how much and so forth. So as an individual who is a member of a bank, I get a wallet. It's an app that comes down on your telephone. You download it. You put your currency in it. You transfer it from your savings account or checking account, whichever. And you walk to wherever you want to go and buy something, and you say to the shopkeeper, I want to pay in digital currency. He in turn either takes out his phone or he has a point-of-sale machine, and you say how much and you send it to him. Much in a way that you would send talk time on a mobile phone, same way in which you send it. So it's remote, or you can send it to your cousin or to a business that is 100 miles away or right in your presence. Doesn't matter, it's digital. And so it works just like you would be sending credit on a mobile phone. The great advantage of it, of course, is that it is secure. It's on your phone. Even if you lost your phone, there's no access to it without your code. It is convenient because you can send it over far distances. It's instantaneous. And it's costless. Just like cash, you don't have to pay to get it, and you don't have to be charged for using it. It's just like cash, it's costless. So in that way, we are hoping to move more and more Jamaicans to using a digital currency, which is far more convenient and cost-effective and efficient.
So how does it differ from just standard mobile banking? I mean, if you're using your phone to pay for something, how does that, for a real person going to a stall to buy some fruit, for example, how does that differ from just using your bank account through your phone?
Good question. When you look at people who are customers of banks in Jamaica, it's a pretty high number. I think somewhere in the region of high 60s of our adult population have a bank account. But guess what? Many of them don't use it. And they don't use it because they find it inconvenient or they find it costly. The lines are too long. Whatever reason, they don't actually use it. So what we're hoping that JAMDEX will become is an efficient way for ordinary Jamaicans to transact digitally. So a Jamaican may have a debit card or a credit card, but very few of them do. With CBDC, we're hoping that that will be owned by almost every Jamaican, and they'll be able to transact in the same way as a debit card or a credit card, but with no cost. We also are hoping that because the KYC, know your customer standards for joining a bank will be much lower if you are doing it for a digital currency, that more people will join a bank. All right, so to get a wallet and to use digital currency, you have to join a bank. But whereas before you need to have your electricity bill and this identification and what, with the KYC with digital currencies quite low. One government ID and a picture of yourself, and that is good enough. Your TRN number, and that is good enough. You can join. So that's one of the advantages of the digital currency too. It is inclusive. It tries to bring more Jamaicans into the banking world and in a digital manner.
So you have to have a bank account in order to be able to use the digital currency?
Yes, you do. But it's easier to join the bank using a
Right.
digital currency.
So you're hoping that that will actually encourage more people to establish a bank account?
Absolutely. And when government makes pension payments, for example, or pay what we call PATH, which is a social security kind of payment, it can now go digitally, instantaneously to the beneficiaries directly, and not through the post office or by check or any other form that is more inefficient. Straight and instantaneous to the beneficiary.
And will there be some kind of card attached to it? Could you get like something that's equivalent to a debit card, or do you have to use your phone to transact with the digital currency?
Well, commercial banks will decide how they may want to use it. But essentially, it's an app that is on the individual's phone, and they use it from the telephone to a point-of-sale machine or to another telephone.
Right. So one of the things, obviously, Alcin mentioned is that there's volatility in the cryptocurrency markets at the moment. That's also affecting the sort of infrastructure providers, the people that have created the companies that have created the rails that the cryptocurrencies operate on. Does that sort of turmoil have any impact on a central bank digital currency, or do you own all of the infrastructure and the technology that manages it?
Right. So the infrastructure of blockchain is not what causes any volatility in markets. A central bank digital currency is, ours in particular, doesn't work on blockchain, but even if it did, what it is fiat currency. It's just like cash. It's backed by the Bank of Jamaica. It's not backed by any private investor. So from that point of view, it's stable. The dollar that you have in your pocket today is a dollar that you have in your pocket tomorrow. It's not going up and down on the market like cryptocurrencies. So central bank digital currencies are different in that way. I see that we're joined by Mario, and maybe Mario would want to, he's the expert technically on this matter.
Great. Yeah, Mario, I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts on that. And also, Mario, if you wouldn't mind telling us what the benefits it provides to monetary authorities and to the government. Richard, you touched on that earlier, but Mario, I think you probably have a pretty good view on that.
Sure. So thank you very much. And you've mentioned the technology that operates cryptocurrencies, and the Bank of Jamaica's digital currency is completely different. We're running on traditional or conventional technology. So we don't run on the distributed ledger technology of blockchain, and that's no fault of ours. We have received during the procurement process in search of a vendor multiple proposals that included blockchain, DLT type technology, traditional, conventional, as well as a hybrid. And based on how the Bank of Jamaica processed these proposals, we were agnostic and took a pragmatic approach. So once you've met the Bank of Jamaica requirements, you would have been selected as the vendor that the bank would partner with in terms of developing central bank digital currency. So the technology provider is eCurrency Mint Incorporated, and their technology is proprietary solution that's called the DSC3, that's Digital Symmetric Core Currency Cryptography. And that pretty much provides the multiple layers that secures the bearer instrument, which, once you have money and you are the bearer, you are the owner. And that's the layers that sit on top of Jamdex. You've asked the question, what are the benefits to monetary authority as well as the government? There are a number of benefits, and certainly for the government, let me start with the government. The benefits to the government would include facilitating the government's digital transformation of Jamaica into a digital economy, as well as the government's national financial inclusion strategy, which commenced in 2017. But for Bank of Jamaica as a monetary authority here, we saw efficiencies in terms of our currency management system, increased efficiencies for commercial banks in terms of the cost of handling cash and distributing that cash throughout Jamaica to ensure that cash is reached by the public, as well as greater efficiencies in the Bank of Jamaica's currency management process. At a national payment system level, we wanted to achieve interoperability and the solution provided for interoperability. And as the governor mentioned, persons utilize cash, debit card, credit card, and we're adding Jamdex to that socially optimal mix of instruments where the public can choose.
Yeah, I should imagine the efficiencies are pretty valuable. Cash itself is extremely expensive to manage, to produce, for both businesses and for the government, or for the monetary authorities. One question that comes to mind is, do you anticipate that this will completely replace physical cash in the long term, or do you imagine that it will always run in tandem with physical cash?
No,
so we always say it's go ahead, go now.
I think they're going to coexist together for a while, but hopefully more and more we will see that the digital currency takes over and cash becomes the smaller part of the transactions. And you only have to look at some countries in the world, in particular Sweden, for example, where even without a digital currency, most of their transactions that occur are digital, meaning credit card, debit card, or any other kind of payment, digital payment system. And I think that's where we think we will be in 10 years or so. So every year, we hope that it will gain more and more of market share. But cash will always be there.
Yeah. So I was in Jamaica relatively recently, and obviously I was using cash to pay for things from time to time. And the tourism industry is hugely important in Jamaica. Will tourists be able to use digital money, or would they have to have a local bank account in order to be able to use this digital currency?
Well, just like if a tourist comes to Jamaica, no one wants to change their dollars, their US dollars to Jamaican dollars. They do so at a cambio or a bank. They can change into Jamdex also and use it just as they would use Jamaican cash. So it's up to them. Or, many of them use their credit and debit cards. So it's not a big change for them. But if they want to use Jamdex, they can.
And this conference is obviously focused on the diaspora. And presumably people outside the country must want to have access to this as well. Is this going to affect the diaspora and how perhaps they can send money back in remittances and so on?
Well, that's a very interesting question, Dan, because Jamaica is such a big recipient of remittances, and it's very important to our economy. And if I could take this occasion to thank the entire diaspora for the support they have shown to Jamaica over decades, but in particular in the last 2 years during the pandemic. Tremendous. Jamaica owes a deep debt of gratitude to the diaspora for the support that they showed us. So CBDC or Jamdex is going to be purely within our borders. And it will be issued by commercial banks and other payment service providers who know their customers. So remember, we have to be very careful how we allow financial flows to happen between persons or institutions that have ill intent. For example, terrorism or money laundering. So in our borders, all of our commercial banks and payment service providers have to know their customers, so that anybody who wants to move money around, it will be from a bona fide customer to another bona fide customer. When you go beyond our borders, it becomes more difficult to establish who is bona fide and not. And so that is why we always, every Jamaican bank has a correspondent bank in the United States, Canada, wherever, that is doing the KYC on those customers. So the short answer to your question is this: if a Jamaican member of the diaspora wants to remit, they have to remit in the usual way. But once it hits our borders, it can go through Jamdex immediately to the beneficiary. Eventually, I'm sure that what will happen is that either the existing remittance agencies or new ones will make that system of transfer even more seamless and even more immediate.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really interesting point. Obviously, one of the things that people get excited about with cryptocurrencies is that you can transfer them cross-border with no inefficiency at all. So if you want to send money, I think El Salvador is doing this now. If you want to send money to somebody in El Salvador, you can just send them Bitcoin, and there's no fee, there's no transfer fee, and so on. Is that how you anticipate this working, that there would eventually be no fee for transferring money into Jamaica, provided it obviously goes through the legitimate channels?
So long as the person sending the money is bona fide, meaning KYC has been done on them. And so long as the person who is ultimately receiving the money, KYC has been done on them also, it can move immediately, seamlessly between the two. So there's a bit of work to be done to get that to happen. But I have no doubt that is where technology and banking laws are eventually going to allow us to go.
Yeah. So Alcin touched on this. Jamaica really is pioneering in this space. There aren't many active digital currencies, central bank digital currencies. So congratulations on making that move first. But also, do you, as you're adopting what is essentially a brand new technology, are there any models that you're looking at to guide you, or are you really kind of starting this from scratch and developing it as a unique system?
Yes, started it from scratch, and I would say the last 2 years have been big learning experience for us. And even today, where we are at the point where the central bank is ready, and we're waiting on the commercial banks to be in a position to distribute the currency and to have transactions occurring in the currency. That's been a big experience and a great learning for us too. Mario, maybe you want to comment on that?
I think you've touched it, Governor. And, over the last 2 years, we have also, have continuous cooperation and collaboration with our Caribbean central banks, that's the Central Bank of the Bahamas, as well as the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, and a numerous number of central banks, in the Americas as well as in Europe. So we have been having those conversations and documenting certain considerations and incorporating that in our model.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of other central banks will be watching this extremely closely as well as they try and roll out their own or anticipate rolling out their own digital currencies. I know we're supposed to finish at 12 o'clock, but we did start a bit late, so I'm hoping it's okay if we squeeze in an extra few minutes in here. Alcin, jump in and tell me if it's not.
No, you're okay. You're okay.
Okay, great, thank you. So one big question, obviously the question of, when will it actually be active? It sounds like you're waiting for the commercial banks. Do you have an estimate for when this will be active? And once it is, how do you anticipate it being used first? What sort of environments do you expect it to be used most?
Yeah, Mario, you have a more finger on the pulse of where the commercial banks are. You want to say when? End of this month?
Well, we're targeting end of this month, and that will be the one wallet provider that we have in place. How we expect or envision Jamdex to be utilized is mainly P2P, person to person, as well as with small and micro merchants. And these are merchants that, have a presence on various websites as well as social media within Jamaica. So that's how we're looking at it. And as well as, Jamaica is famous for corner shops. So we're also considering the corner shops as well.
Yeah, that's where it'll start to make a real difference in terms of efficiency for the merchants, presumably, that they can have a friction-free payment method.
Yeah, it's just that, Dan, the merchants have quite a bit of work to do in order to be able to accept it. So the POS machines that normally take the credit debit cards, all of them have to be programmed to be able to take CBDC, and that's a challenge on the merchant side.
And is that something that the merchants will have to, the cost of that upgrade, they will have to bear, or is that something that the central bank will help with?
Sorry, say again, Dan. Sorry, I didn't hear your question, Dan.
I was asking about the upgrades to the point of sale machines. Will the merchants have to pay for that themselves, or is that something that the central bank can help with as you adopt this currency?
The point of sales machines are owned mostly by the banks, and they will do that transition. Okay,
great. So do you expect this to have any impact on trade at all? Does it affect trade, or is that a completely different financial system?
Yeah, no, I don't see it having an impact on trade outside of the country, but within the boundaries of the country, I see it contributing to much greater efficiency. Of course, yes.
Yeah. So obviously, we're talking about a central bank digital currency here. Alcine earlier on mentioned other cryptocurrencies. What is the central bank's stance on cryptocurrencies generally? Do you see potential in cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin and Ether and so on? Or are you taking a stance like some other central banks of being skeptical about them?
It's not that we are skeptical about it, but we do take the time to warn people that those values can go up and down, and quite violently so too. So I see cryptocurrencies more as an investment asset than as a means of payment, because their value is not sufficiently stable to be a good means of payment. So if you're an investor, hopefully a sophisticated investor that can understand cryptocurrency, go ahead and use it. But we don't see it as a currency that is good for transactions and for making payments. And indeed, we have had to warn Jamaicans that the central bank does not back cryptocurrencies. We only back our central digital currency. Mario, you know a lot more about crypto than I do.
You've hit the nail on the head, Governor. What we have been doing is really publishing our caution statements on virtual currencies and cryptocurrency. We've done so in February 2018 as well as July last year, and we plan to do so this year. Just indicating persons who hold the cryptocurrencies of the risks, and that the risk is borne by them.
Yeah, so you just treat it as any other investment. So I really have just one final question, actually. It's probably for Mario, really. What other digital innovations is the central bank looking at, or the monetary authorities looking at in Jamaica?
All right, so we do have the Bank of Jamaica FinTech Regulatory Sandbox, and most of the innovative products fall within that sandbox. Over the last 2 years, we've launched in March 2022, and we've received at least 37 applications, and we have approved at least 21 of those. The bank also is changing the face of how financial institutions report into us, and we're upgrading our JAM firms, that's the Financial Institution Reporting Management System, and that will facilitate easy applications and licensing of fitness and propriety, as well as our internal document records management system to ensure that we reduce the amount of paper that we utilize within the bank. So those are the three main innovations that are coming.
Yeah, all about increasing efficiency. So well, I really appreciate you both explaining this, what is essentially a fairly complex technology, but a really simple idea, which is just replacing cash. I have one final question for the Governor, for Richard. When you issue digital currency, do you take physical currency out of circulation? Is it a sort of one-for-one exchange?
In a sense, yes. I mean, let us say that we don't want to increase the amount of cash in circulation. Yes, if we issued $100 million of digital currency, we would reclaim $100 million of physical cash too, yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. Well, any other thoughts that you want to share while we're on? I've run out of questions.
No, well, just to thank the ministry for putting on what I consider to be a fabulous event. I hope that there are lots of members of the diaspora watching. And once again, on behalf of Jamaica, and particularly the Bank of Jamaica wants to thank them because they have been a tremendous support to the country with the remittances. Keep it up.
Governor, I have one question. Actually have several, but there's one question that I would like to pose. As it relates to security, will there be a sort of a digital wallet that will be created so that will allow the user of the Jamdex to store her user ID and password in that digital wallet? And
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you for that, Alison. Yes, absolutely. So everybody who wants to use Jamdex has to get a wallet, which they get from a bank. And that wallet has in there security features that allows only you to access. So even if your phone is lost or your phone is stolen, nobody can access your account, your wallet, because they don't have the PIN code or any other security feature that goes with it. And so that's much safer than walking with cash. I mean, it makes me cry when I hear of people walking on the street, hard-earned wages for the week, and somebody sticks them up and takes the money away from them. If you have CBDC, Jamdex, that's the end of that. You may lose your phone, but you won't lose your money.
That's a compelling case for the digital currency. So Mario and Richard, thank you so much for explaining all that. And Alcyon, thank you so much for inviting me to join this discussion. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Dan. Thank you for joining as well. And we look forward to having further dialogue as it relates to Jamdex. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that you will all agree that today's presentation is absolutely empowering. If you were not familiar with the Jamdex, I am sure that now you have, you're now aware of the Jamdex, which is coming soon. And you might still have questions for the governor and Mario. We ask that you continue with the dialogue, pose your questions, and then let's get moving to an age of digital currency. Thank you so much, Governor, Mario, and Dan, for joining today on this on our presentation as it relates to the new Jamdex coming soon.
Thank you.
Mr. MC?
Thank you very much, Consul General Roach Wilson. Thank you, Governor Biles and the other participants in that session. We need to take a break, and then we'll be back with much more on this day 2 of the Jamaica 60 Diaspora Conference. This is the 9th biennial conference. More in a moment.
My name's Carlton Brown, and I'm the proud owner and founder of Marshall & Brown. We were privileged in 2017 to have the opportunity to visit the Jamaica Diaspora Conference in Kingston. That conference was the catalyst for us and inspired us to develop this wonderful brand called Marshall & Brown. We were able to network, to meet with highly accredited international suppliers of foods in Jamaica. But it also gave us the opportunity to meet with JAMPRO, the trade and investment arm. As a consequence of that, we have developed what we now consider to be the most premium brand to come out of Jamaica, delivering luxury Caribbean foods. It's been an amazing journey, but that conference was definitely worth the investment, the time, and the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Guess what? It's time to go back to New York. New York.
Afternoon, Durban, and welcome back to New York. I'm Chris Benjamin, the Public Relations Officer here at the Consulate General of New York. Jamaica in New York, yes. It's a pleasure to have you. I know we meet some of our very loyal patients and customers who come in the other hub, but we do have some others who have stuck it out here with us. And one of them is Cheryl Notice is here, and she told me that she had to be here because she wanted to talk business. And that's the main thing. And if you know our Consul General, she's all about business. I wanted to just take a few minutes to have Cheryl tell us some of the business ideas that she's touching on in Jamaica. And then, because she spoke to Shane Angus, who is the manager for the Jamaica Promotions Corporation, JAMPRO, here in New York, he will also have a few words and respond to Cheryl. So Cheryl, tell us what it is that you are looking to do in Jamaica.
Good afternoon, thank you for having me. About CMOS and different exports in Jamaica, how do we go about those of the diaspora here in New York or North America, how do we go about exporting from Jamaica? That's one of my biggest concerns. What are the things that we can export? How do we start an export business?
Okay, so basically what Cheryl is saying is that how can you export from Jamaica? Shane, take it away.
Hey, thanks, Chris. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for having me. I'm Shane Angus, American Regional Office Manager. So just want to tell everybody, JAMPRO, Jamaica Open for Business. For members in the diaspora, if you have any concerns, any business idea, please reach out to us. We're actually located in the consulate here in Canada as well as UK. We also reach out to Montreal. Thank you, Cheryl, for your questions. But yes, we do get these questions from time to time. And persons encourage you to reach out to us. As an exporter, we encourage persons to first register your business as well as register with JAMPRO as an exporter. So we know what you're looking for, what you're doing, and we can guide you accordingly. If you do not want to become an exporter yourself, we can also help you to get in touch with consolidators or other exporters who help to get your products here. On this side of the market, we encourage you also to work with brokers here to understand the laws here and to ensure you're registered here before you try to export from Jamaica. And you're right, so along the way, so please check them on both sides before you do the business.
Yeah. All right, thank you for that, Shane. Is there anything else that you had, Cheryl?
Yes, Shane. So, how is it? Is it simple for them to just come into the Jamaican consulate? Is there a website that potential exporters can go to get the information? And you mentioned about registering. Is that registering as a business here in whatever country you're in, or register in Jamaica as a business?
I'm more talking about registering in Jamaica as a business. It's good for us to know people because it's local, so to have those type of relationship. It's quite easy to get this. You can visit our website at PBCJ.com. As I said, we're on the consulates. You can actually take all the various consulates. Even if you're calling for Washington,
all right, so thank you so very much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to just remind you that the Consulate General of Jamaica in New York and all the other consulates around the world, we're not only about doing passports and visas, we do a lot more in the community, including making connections with business. So if for any reason you want us to make that connection with Jamaica, you want to reach out to one of the ministries, you want to touch on doing business, call us here at the consulate. I know that when you dial, it may be a little while for getting through, we admit that, but at the same time, you can call us, you can email us. You can email me, cro@congenjamaica-ny.org, or you can email the Consul General directly. I know that she's not going to curse me for saying or her email, but cg@congenjamaica-ny.org. She responds to all of her messages. So if you are having a concern, you can always reach out to us, and we will be more than happy to assist you with whatever it is that you have. So again, thank you so very much for joining us here in New York. Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Durban Malcolm, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, CRO. It's time for us to take another break here on day 2 of this 9th Biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference, the Jamaica 60 Hybrid Edition.
VM Group.
Transform your everyday.
Think you know Jamaica? We are manufacturing. Now you know Jamaica. Do business Jamaica.
Want to give back to a charitable or non-profit organization? No problem. Please be informed of the following. The beneficiary must be registered with the Department of Cooperative and Friendly Societies, DCFS, and obtain a certificate of registration under the Charities Act prior to the arrival of the shipment. Shipment must be sent only in the name and address of the registered charitable organization. The nature of the shipment must be in accordance with your object and powers supplied to the DCFS. When clearing shipments for charitable organizations, the following documents are required. Copy of the Certificate of Registration, signed special declaration, shipping or air freight documents, example, bill of lading or airway bill, packing list, invoice, valid identification, tax registration number, TRN, and tax compliance certificate, TCC, import permit or license if applicable, any other document deemed necessary and applicable to the shipment. Any shipment with a cost, insurance, and freight, CIF value, that is above $5,000 must be cleared by a licensed customs broker. Shipments with a CIF value, $5,000 and below, can be cleared using the Express Clearance Process, ECP. The ECP allows the importer to authorize a shipping agent, consolidator, or freight forwarder to prepare, submit, and pay for the Simplified Declaration, IMS-4, on their behalf to Jamaica Customs. These agents can also clear the goods on behalf of the importer. Organizations registered under the Charities Act benefit from the following. For general cargo, no import duty, no general consumption tax, GCT, only 50% of applicable customs administrative fee, CAF, no additional stamp duty, ASD, or stamp duty. For motor vehicles, full import duty, environmental levy, and general consumption tax will be payable. Only 50% customs administrative fee. No special consumption tax or stamp duty. For further information and updates, you may visit our website at www.jacustoms.gov.jm or follow our social media pages, Twitter at Jamaica Customs, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, and YouTube channel, Jamaica Customs Agency. For questions or queries, you may email public.relations@jca.gov.jm or call 876-922-51408. Jamaica Customs, keeping our customers in focus.
Anyone can adopt a school. Public or private sector companies, service clubs, social organizations, educational institutions, community members, individuals, or non-profit organizations. Adopting a school provides a way to give back to the community, a better school and community relationship, and access to a well-rounded, diverse education for students in need. Ways you can help: purchasing or donating books and other resources, mentoring students, providing enrichment opportunities through drama, art, and music, sponsoring events such as after-school projects, field trips, and competitions, creating opportunities for students to visit business and historic community sites, contribute funds to assist in the construction of school facilities and other programs at the school. Please see a list of 30 schools that you can pick as a part of our Adopt a School program. For more information, contact NET at 876-967-7992 or email us at info@net.org.jm to discuss which schools are a part of the program. Help us empower the future of Jamaica. We look forward to your support.
Hi, I'm Latoya Harris, Executive Director for the National Education Trust. Have you heard about us? Well, let me give you a little background on the organization. The National Education Trust is a charitable organization in Jamaica operating under the Ministry of Education and Youth. And here at NET, we mobilize financial and quality resources for schools in Jamaica to help our children. We build relationships with donors and investors to acquire resources that will improve the educational infrastructure and meet educational needs of our children. Since our inception in 2010, we have processed donations, secured grants, and assisted over 1,000 schools across the length and breadth of Jamaica. We have developed a track record for efficiency as we're passionate about enhancing the lives of our Jamaican children. We're continuing our mission to transform the schools one project at a time. You can contact us at info@net.org.jm or check us out on social media that are listed on the screen to find out how you can donate today. Let us work together to empower the future of Jamaica.
The 9th Biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference, the Jamaica 60 Hybrid Edition, continues live from Kingston Hall in the Hugh Shearer Building, which houses the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade here on the waterfront in downtown Kingston, Jamaica. It is time for the first Ignite Talk. Listen to this. Plant something. Plant something. How Farm Up Jamaica Limited leveraged the Biennial Diaspora Conference and connections made to create a sustainable agro-investment model and movement. Our speaker in this session is the air rights specialist at Douglas Elliman's Curtis Group, which is making high-rise development possible in New York City. Although he is dedicated to the development of New York City's architectural landscape, he has decided to pursue a long-time, heartfelt objective to tackle the current economic situation impacting the globe, but not least of all, and in particular, here in Jamaica. Naturally, we play our part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. But as I like to put in the disclaimer, pass and christening picnic first. And if you think that something is wrong with that, just remember, those of you who flew in, what the flight attendant told you, put on your mask first before helping others. So that's my interpretation. But now, with a strong family history in Jamaican farming, our speaker understands the value and tradition of farming to live. During the 2013 iteration, and for those who don't put a lot of premium on the work that takes place and the kind of engagements that happen at a diaspora conference, people who, even without attending a conference, say it's just a talk shop. Well, listen to this. During the 2013 iteration of the Jamaica Diaspora Conference, our speaker, who will remain nameless for the time being, met members of the diaspora from the USA, UK, and Canada. They shared a common heartfelt concern regarding the issues to do with our agricultural production and the rate of production in Jamaica. In contrast to tourism, which represents 60% of the Jamaican gross domestic product, GDP, agriculture represents just 6% of the economy. Together, the diaspora organized to form Farm Up Jamaica Limited, which would work to help safeguard job and food security, in addition to reducing crime through large-scale cultivation of organic produce. Have they achieved this? How much of this have they achieved? Well, you want to listen intently. You'll be pleasantly surprised. Let's welcome the founder and CEO of Farm Up Jamaica, Mr. Neil Curtis.
Good afternoon. I should say good morning, Durban. How are you?
Fine, thanks. And you?
Wonderful. I'd just like to go ahead and welcome. Good morning. My name is Neil Curtis. I am the Executive Director of Farm Up Jamaica, a nonprofit organization formed to help reduce the importation of foreign food into Jamaica, increase Jamaican exports, put young people and farmers back into sustainable agriculture, and to also help reduce crime and poverty by creating opportunity. I would like to first thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I'd like to thank Durban for having me on hosting this show, because we always meet Durban and I on his radio program and talk about these same things. So he's pretty abreast of what we're going to discuss. I'd like to thank the Senator, the Honorable Leslie Campbell, Miss Angela Rose Howell, and the rest of the Foreign Affairs team for having me on at the Jamaica conference this year. The name of the session is Plant Some. And so you might hear me randomly blurt out the word plant some, because it's so important that we realize that everything that we do here in the landscape of Jamaica, we're literally planting something, whether it be business, agriculture, philanthropy, tourism, or any other thing, or otherwise, we're planting something. And that's why we call it plant some, because every time a diaspora thinks about going back to Jamaica or even visiting Jamaica, we should think about bringing something to the table. What can we take from our experiences, the things that we have learned abroad, to come back and dance a yard, right? And so the things are that I'm going to explain to you my journey and how I connected through the various governmental organizations to be able to carry out everything that we've done so far over the last 8 years since 2013. Before I move further, I'd like to inspire you by showing you a video that will explain to you what the possibilities can be when you decide to use your diaspora resources and plan something. So with no further ado, I'm going to ask that a video be queued up and played so that you will see some of the most recent activities that we have accomplished since the inception.
We're here today with about 300 of our wellness advocates in Jamaica at a farm called Farm Up Jamaica.
So Farm Up Jamaica is here to help reduce the importation of foreign food into Jamaica, increase Jamaican exports, put young people and farmers back to work in sustainable organic farming, and help to reduce crime and poverty by creating opportunities for people who need them most. We call it putting idle hands to idle lands.
With these 300 wellness advocates we have here today, this is important. This is showing the community through us and through working with the local young men and young women here on this farm the importance of agriculture. Among the various tasks that our wellness advocates are involved with today, it's planting pineapples. For instance, you take the tops, the suckers, if you will, and strip them and prepare them to be planted. The goal is to plant about 10,000 of these, capable of planting 30,000 here on this farm.
Planted pineapples to sustain Jamaica pineapple production. So you guys came and you did an amazing job, because if it wasn't for you guys' help, we wouldn't have all of this done.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so again, this is just Farm Up Jamaica reaching out to its diaspora partners. And diaspora partners are people that you know in the industries that you work in, people that you've come across or made friends with along the way, inviting them to come to Jamaica and to enjoy things that they probably wouldn't enjoy if they just went to the beach or just, you know, a hotel or what have you. So we give people an experience, and that program that you just saw is called Adopt a Crop and can be accessed on our website at farmupjamaica.org. But to tell you that it has been a very long journey. The journey it's worth our while, because we love Jamaica and we want to come back to Jamaica and bring success to not only the endeavors that we're doing, but to the people on the ground. I always tell people, when you want to help persons in Jamaica, try to get them to feel as if they don't need to get a passport or a visa to go abroad, because they are comfortable at home doing what they love and being able to make life, right? Because sometimes the amounts of monies that they're bringing in just in a regular job won't give them that. And so it is our job, because we've been abroad, we've seen the light, to share some of that light with our loved ones and people from Jamaica. So in 2013, we went to the Jamaica Diaspora. We met with people within the diaspora, Canada, London, Florida, like Durban said earlier. But the chain of events that took place after us agreeing to do Farm Up Jamaica were very interested. We were able to meet with the head people from JAMPRO, and those persons at JAMPRO then connected us to the Ministry of Agriculture. The Ministry of Agriculture then went over our proposal. They looked and saw exactly what it is that we wanted to do. They thought it was an amazing and very innovative idea on bringing more organic and climate smart agriculture to Jamaica to combat some of the issues as it relates to shortage of food and food security in general. And so we went ahead and they directed us to a very specific location where they knew that farmers needed farmer assistance. And we started to help the farmers to grow food organically, right? And so we started, they had this one issue that was plaguing the whole Jamaica. It had to do with beet army worms. And beet army worms were attacking the onions of Jamaica. So you would find that the importation of onions was at its highest at some 10,000 tons or 10,000 tons per year. And so we started growing onions to reduce the importation of onions. And we were able to eradicate the beet armyworm by using mixtures of botanicals and just things from Mother Nature that would actually get rid of this beet armyworm. To the point that we even had the television stations that came to evaluate the damage that was done by the beet armyworm, and they realized that we didn't have any on our farm, although many of the farmers had been destroyed. And these are the innovations that you will find abroad that you can come back home and share with loved ones, with family members, with business in Jamaica to try and help to make Jamaica just a much greater place. Thereafter, we started to connect with the Heart Trust. All right, now Heart Trust is an organization that I didn't realize was so profound in its reach to the people on the ground of Jamaica. Heart Trust, really when they say heart, is because you're really reaching into the heart of Jamaica and getting young people from places that are very either rural or inner city, and maybe in many cases other places also. But we started working with Heart Trust. We started taking young people somewhere between the ages of 17 and say 22. We started taking them to the testing farm and teaching them how to farm organically outside of the normal conventional practices. And they were learning organic, climate smart agriculture. And so we then started to train more every weekend. We would take them from the school every weekend, keep them from Friday till Monday, and they would all learn how to do this organic farming. And they were completely amazed and wowed at what was happening because they didn't need all of those harsh chemicals to grow the food that they were growing. Thereafter, we went back to Heart and got into a meeting, and Heart decided that the partnership between Farm Up Jamaica and Heart was inevitable. And we started to put together this wonderful training program that will now take young people out of Heart Trust, bring them, train them in agriculture, and then give them the tools and support necessary, and even funding necessary to become an organic grower, to supply both the Jamaica market, local, to bring this organic option to supermarkets and places that need it most, and to also create an export to places like Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, and other supermarkets that carry organic produce. Now, many of you know that organic is some of the busiest stores in America and abroad. And so here's where we have an opportunity to leverage again in not necessarily competing against all of these larger companies like a Mexico or a Canada, but having this niche product that we can now provide to the markets that need it most abroad again and otherwise. We are now working with Heart Trust on that farm that you saw in the video. That farm has 35,000 pineapples that we have planted, all organic. In between the rows, we do something called intercropping. So in order to keep away the weeds, we plant food in between the pineapples. And in between the pineapples, we have watermelons, and we have string beans, and we have cucumbers, and we even have ginger and peanuts. But the main crop is pineapple. The pineapple that we've harvested thus far is then transported out of the farm and to the local hotel, right? Now, those hotels would normally import things like pineapple, but they are not now able to buy organic pineapple directly from the source. And that farm is located in the Heart Trust, at the Heart Trust facility in Hanover. And so we are now creating this 360-degree equation that is now able to start to resupply the tourism sector, right? And when we bring people in from around the country, or around the world, I should say, to come and plant and help us plant pineapples, or help us plant ginger, or whatever it is that they can help us plant, it actually helps to inspire young people, because they see these people from all around the world that they would think would never want to touch the soil, because agriculture in Jamaica has some type of stigma attached in many cases. So they see these people touching the ground, they're happy, they bring their children, and they're loving what they do, and it brings more inspiration to create more young farmers, more young farmer entrepreneurs that we're going to be ultimately able to pass the baton to. So what I do here is I am going to take this moment to just say to every Jamaican, plant something. Make sure that you come back to Jamaica and plant something. Get in touch with the Jam Pros. Get in touch with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. If it's agriculture you're doing, get in touch with agriculture. But I think it all starts at Jam Pro. And you come in through Jam Pro, have them introduce you to the various places that you need to be in touch with. Get your projects together and get them going. Unite as diaspora and try to help each other to accomplish each other's goals. I call it a round robin or a partner draw, if you want to call it that. Everybody should come together, help one diaspora with what they're trying to do and be successful with that. And then everybody else come again and come together and help another diaspora that has a dream or a vision or a goal. Unity is strength. And this is the way that we're going to be able to tackle the conundrums, the hurdles that are out, because every business that you try will always have some type of. So again, if we work together and create this unity to work together, again, I call it a round robin or a partner draw, or partner draw, where everybody gets a chance to get everyone's energy together to work on each project that you may have slated or proposed. It's been, again, about 8 years. In July will be 8 years. And I will tell you that the production, the young people that we are putting into agriculture, the communities that were defunct and now operating and growing specific crops now, since we have gotten involved. Again, it's just showing what diaspora can do if we really put our minds, our hearts, our monies, our connections, our resources together to create something much greater than I can explain. I really want to thank everyone that has taken the time to watch this video or to even attend the Diaspora Conference. The Diaspora Conference has been so meaningful to us. I can't explain it in words. It had brought us together, number one, again, like I said to you, from beginning. It brought people from England, it brought people from Miami, New York, and other places to work together on this problem. And so I ask that all of us unite and let's do something great for the land we love.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Neil Curtis. It's time for us to take yet another break. After all, we have to ensure that our legacy partners and indeed sponsors get maximum respect, in a manner of speaking. You know what I'm talking about. And so we're going to take that break now and come back with more in just a moment.
VM Group.
Transform your everyday.
Hello, Jamaica. My name is Charlton McFarlane, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Registrar's General Department. I also go by the title Registrar General and Deputy Keeper of the Records. Over the last 12 months, the RGD team, under my leadership, embarked on a program entitled Digitally Bold. What does Digitally Bold mean? It means two things. Number one, we will migrate as much of our services to our online and digital platforms as far as possible. And number two, it will mean that our customers will have greater access and greater convenience in access when they access our services. All they need is a smartphone and internet connectivity. The following feature showcases and highlights the steps we have made along our Digitally Bold journey. Do enjoy.
And salutations from the Global People Work Group, convened under the auspices of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. I'm proud to serve as your chair. My name is Karen Dunkley, and I represent the Jamaica Diaspora Northeast United States. Allow me to introduce our illustrious team members, our regional members, Ms. Denise Dixon, the Caribbean, Ms. Anne-Marie Brown, Europe, our sector leads, Dr. Chris Parker, Health and Wellness, Dr. Kimberly Spence, Arts, Sports and Culture, and Dr. Renee Ratchery, Education. Our youth leaders, Ms. Kashane Denton and Ms. Tara Johnson-Reed, and of course our elected member, Ms. Naila Gordon-DeCiccio. Let's applaud our Secretariat, Mr. Lloyd Wilkes, sitting in the Diaspora Unit at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. We are excited to share with you that we have worked diligently on the people's behalf, achieving in several areas, notably aligned to our Sustainable Development Goals, education, to facilitate the provision of quality education at the early childhood, primary, and secondary levels to aid the development of confident individuals and active communities. Health and wellness, to promote overall health and wellness with increased investment towards improved healthcare facilities and services. Youth empowerment, to give priority focus on engagement with young people of Jamaican heritage to strengthen their affinity to Jamaica, and community development to strengthen networks and build communities. The People Work Group must acknowledge our partners who continue to support our efforts to alleviate poverty and improve socioeconomic welfare in Jamaica. Ms. Lisa Doyen and Ms. Melanie Sobrati, Separate Foundation, Dr. Lorna Gal Morrison, Sam Sharp Teachers College, Mr. Alvin Lawson, Michael Teachers College, and of course, our very good friends and partner, Ms. Audrey Badai and Permanent Secretary Courtney Williams, members of the Jamaica National Task Force Against Trafficking in Persons. We must also recognize and applaud the tremendous support of the Jamaica Diaspora Northeast United States think tank. As we look to the future and we continue to emerge from the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic and we weather various crises, let us take full ownership that Jamaica is now a borderless diaspora. Let us maximize this potential. Welcome to Diaspora Conference 2022. Let us reignite a nation for greatness. Let us reignite our diaspora for greatness. Let us reignite our people for greatness. The People Work Group recognizes and continues to stand on its commitment that the capsule is action. Have an amazing conference. Thank you and walk good.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let us now turn our attention to another critical topic, climate change. The cause of climate change has generally been attributed to the use of fossil fuels and the resultant release of greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. Our moderator for this session is the general manager of JN Foundation. She was appointed in December of 2020. And in this role, she leads the foundation's efforts to contribute to the developmental needs of Jamaica. She'll also continue to drive programs that nurture oneness within the JN group members so that together they can all leverage the relationships and resources to enrich lives and build communities. She's also a member ombudsman. Now, as a member ombudsman, she will continue to champion the interests of members and lead efforts to resolve customer issues, facilitate measurement and analysis of customer experience, and leverage member feedback to inform the direction of the group. And she will have company in Professor Tanisha Stevenson, head of the physics department at the UWI Mona, who will be sharing her perspective in this Riverside chat on climate change and diaspora engagement. And we also welcome Ms. Elizabeth Mullings-Smith, Managing Director, Maya Blue Limited. Are you ready? We are ready. Let's go, Claudine Allen.
Thank you so much, Devon. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Dr. Jarrett, how did you do? Good to see you. All of our diasporans logging in online. A wonderful, wonderful Wednesday morning to you. We are going to talk a little bit about climate change and the importance of engagement with the diaspora about that matter so that we can work together to preserve Jamaica's future, right? Devon mentioned our guests. And I will tell you something, these are two very, very powerful women who have been working in environment and climate change for a very long time. I am very pleased to be sharing the spotlight with them. According to the United Nations, climate change is the defining thing of our time. Defining thing. And for me, the other defining thing that happened was that Big Bang, which resulted in the complete eradication of some of our animals and plant species, etc. Just in my mind, as somebody at the end of the spectrum, right? Somebody who is not researching or is not into academia where environment is concerned. And if this period that we are living in now is the other one that ought to communicate to us the seriousness of what we're experiencing and tell us the priority that we ought to establish where this is concerned. Now, here in Jamaica and the rest of the Caribbean, we have been feeling the effects of climate change. We see the erosion of the beaches, we experience the changes in the hurricanes, we see the changing patterns in the animals, we see it every day, and yet we have not been acting with the urgency that the rest of the world has been acting. And some of this is, of course, because of economic priorities and other experiences of small island development states. But even though the action hasn't been as robust as we would want, there is still a whole lot of work being done. And women like Tanisha, and Elizabeth are pioneers in that regard. Now, I'm going to just take 30 seconds, rather, and be very selfish and tell you a little bit about what Jamaica National has been doing. We've been doing two major things. We've been encouraging rainwater harvesting, water efficient taps and showers and features of households through a water project in Jamaica. And I invite you, even as you listen to this session, to go online and take a look at the website, which will give you a good overview of the work that Jamaica National has been doing over the years to help to advance the climate agenda. Now, Professor Tanisha Stevenson, as Dervan mentioned, the head of the physics department, her areas of specialization are climate variability and seasonal prediction, climate extremes, and climate change impacts. Mrs. Elizabeth Mullings, who joins us from the UK, is the managing director of Maya Blue, a development consultancy, a Commonwealth scholar, and someone who has been championing climate change for several years. I will hand over to Elizabeth. Elizabeth is going to talk a little bit with Tanisha about the work that has been done in Jamaica on the climate change agenda. Elizabeth?
Thank you, Claudine. And it's indeed a pleasure to be sharing this space with Tanisha. Many people may not know, but we've been working together in our various geographies for the past 5 years. And this is the first moment that we've had to share together on our work. And Tanisha, I'm just going to ask you to just share a little bit about where we are as a nation. Where is Jamaica at this point in time in regards to climate change? And I would like you just to take us along the journey. Since it's a riverside chat, let's do a little walk along the river and go through how we have embraced climate change. What are the challenges that we have? And more importantly, what are we doing in terms of research and development in Jamaica right now?
Okay, thank you so much, colleagues, and good morning to our Jamaican family here and overseas. Let me start with the basics. What is climate change? When we talk about climate change, we're just talking about changes in things we used to measure climate, your rainfall, your wind, your temperature. These are changes that last for decades and longer, and changes that we attribute to our own activities, how we use energy, the burning of fossil fuels, oil, gas, coal, or treatment of the forests when we cut down our forests. All of these activities and others have resulted in an increase in what we call the greenhouse gases in our atmosphere, and therefore a warming of our atmosphere. What do we know about climate change for Jamaica? What we know, our colleagues and family here and abroad, is that Jamaica has already been experiencing climate change. We are already feeling hotter, and any one of us in this room can attest to that. We are already experiencing significant year-to-year variations, though we do not have a significant trend in our rainfall. But we have noted that our storms are more intense and they're more frequent since 1970. We also know that when our temperatures increase, we're having more hot extremes. When we speak of rainfall, our rainfall is more intense, and we have more occurrences of intense rain events, and we can see that in our news and the impact that is already having. And so these are some of the changes we're already living. What our science does, it also projects what are possibilities of future climate change. And so what the models, these are just computer models that have equations or physics equations defining the atmosphere and how it works and the oceans. And what they suggest to us is that we're only going to get warmer as we move into the future and towards the end of century, and we're going to get drier, and the drier will intensify towards the end of the century. And we're just coming out of a session looking at agriculture, and so already our minds go to the impacts. And yes, we're going to see impacts in agriculture, in tourism, in water, and any one of the sectors that our country relies on. Projections of hotter, warmer conditions. Projections that our hurricanes will be more intense. And you already know, a family here and abroad, that the hurricane doesn't even have to hit us. Just passing by, there is significant impact on our country. And the last one I will leave with us is sea level rise. Already we are seeing rising sea levels. We just have to look at Helsha, for example, and the projections that our sea levels will continue to rise. So that's a state of knowledge with what has already changed and what is anticipated with respect to change.
Wonderful. Thanks very much, Tanisha. And from your experience and the experience of the research group, what have been the key and critical findings, and how do they inform the platform of reporting and preparing and shaping climate resilience for Jamaica, for our nation?
All right, so we have just discussed what are changes we have already experienced and that we have been able to quantify some of this change. And we have spoken to what's a change that is anticipated, and we have quantified that. So let me start with something that has been done for Jamaica is we have produced a State of the Jamaica Climate. And so since 2012, updated 2015, and we are about to release the latest version. What we have done for our country is we have characterized, we have quantified what's the level of change already experienced, what will be experienced, and what are impacts that are likely to be experienced as our climate continues to change. Now, this information has been very important for us, important for planning, because one of the urgent things for us is response to climate change. And I imagine we're going to move in that direction. How do we anticipate what is the response for our country? Typically, we speak of mitigation. That is, we have to decrease the greenhouses that caused the impact in the first place. And even though we are among a region that contributed something like 0.6% in 2019 to the global greenhouse gas emissions, because of the urgency of the challenge, all of us are still called upon to conserve energy and do our part in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Two, what the science helps us to do as well is to prepare ourselves to cope with some of the change that will still occur irrespective of action. We are committed to some amount of climate change. And so we speak to adaptation. And so we speak to communities using the information that we're going to be hotter and drier and positioning themselves, more intense events, positioning themselves to do river training, to change agricultural practices. And we heard of some of the practices earlier. Some of these are not just good business practices. These are things we can do in our response to climate change. Plant enough trees so that you increase the amount of sink, the amount of vegetation we have to take carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. That's important as well. So what the science helps us to do is inform our response. The other type of response we could speak to is education. Fora like these raise the issue of climate change and the importance that in any one of these areas we have been discussing over the last 2 days, there is a space for how we respond to climate in any one of these areas.
Excellent. No, thank you very much, Tanisha. And I think, you touched on a very important point about education and how we take on responsibility for how we deal with this climate flux. It's easy to think climate change is something that's just happening out there and bring it to the fore when there's a looming hurricane or major storm. But it's important for us to remind and also engage on the fact that we're living in it, right. And the next generation, so our young children, need to be more prepared, right, and to be aware of these parameters, of these changes, because their world will be hotter and drier, as you've already indicated. And we, growing up, our childhood was not like that. So even within one cycle, this is very stark for us in our island state. And, we are seeing it in different quarters. So it's not just an environmental thing. It's going to impact how we have access to water, our agriculture, our welfare and well-being, how we are able to move and mobilize. So I think it would be good just to spend some time talking about how that is integrated. How is climate change a central part of our growth dynamic, looking at education, and how you and your research group are pulling that information, from the desktop to the classroom in that respect. If you just like to share with us on that.
They are among those that are most vulnerable, as well as our elderly, the disabled. These are communities that are at the forefront of the climate change impact, and therefore it is important that we build awareness on the impact of a changing climate on these communities. And so one of the things that we would have done—
Sorry, Tanisha, I think your mic just went off.
One of the things that we would have done, ladies and gentlemen, is that one of the things we would have done is that we have produced a textbook that speaks to climate change at the primary school level. And so what we have done, and this is through multilateral funding. Funding becomes important to different initiatives that we're able to undertake within communities and across our island. And so what we have done is we, with the School of Education, so the Climate Studies Group Mona in the Department of Physics at the University of the West Indies, and the School of Education at the University of the West Indies, have collaborated to produce a textbook that's at the primary school level that speaks to how the climate has been changing and what are the changes anticipated and what are some ways we can respond. The importance of that, our family, is that the next generation must be equipped with the knowledge to understand how the climate is changing and to respond to the change. And they, as we have seen globally, are an important voice in calling for change. And so as we empower our young people to understand how the climate is changing, then they are better equipped to respond and to call for the change that is necessary locally and internationally.
Wonderful. No, thank you very much. And I think one more question before we go to a break. Just we have been working in different geographies within the Caribbean, as a team, and enabling various ministries, department agencies in other island states to grasp the nettle, so to speak. One of the overarching frameworks of change is how the various ministries work together, work in collaboration to address the need for adaptation, the need for a program of resilience, both in terms of infrastructure and structures, but also in core behaviors and how we embrace our future. So I think I'd like us to just explore that aspect and the need for greater collaboration across ministries, because in our home, Jamaica, it seems that we have compartmentalized climate change in one ministry, and that ministry has a very important job in actually pulling together their other ministries, their other colleagues in addressing the issue of climate change, so that it is a collaborative, one governance structure approach to the building of resilience for Jamaica. I just want to explore with you your experience in being the hub of the data and information to inform these ministries and to inform the development of strategies, development of policies, development of plans, from, high level, at ministerial level, and at grassroots.
Thank you so much. So the response to climate change is everybody's business, and that's a message we have to all, private sector, public sector, communities, schools, institutions, and you spoke to the ministries. And so something that our ministries would need to treat with is to evaluate what's the impact of a changing climate on their areas. And so one of the activities that was recently undertaken is a vulnerability risk assessment for different ministries, for different sectors. We did for housing, we did for water, coastal areas. I think we did health. What we looked at was, what are the risks as a result of climate change and how do we respond? So something that was also done was a development of climate change action plans. We say all of this to simply say, within any ministry, within any sector, there's a need to understand what's the impact of a changing climate on that sector and how do we respond. And so what this work does is it empowers any sector to treat with the problem of climate change. And in doing so, you've raised an excellent point. It cannot be done in one sector or another sector in discrete manners. It must be a collaborative effort, because the impacts are across sectors and the responses, therefore, will necessarily be across sectors. And so, yes, the collaborations across sector, as we look at the risks, as we look at our responses, has got to be collaborative.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Tanisha. Over to you, Claudine.
Thank you, Tanisha and Elizabeth. We are going to move right on with our discussion. What has come to the fore so far is that there is a whole lot of work being done in this area in terms of research. Yes. And now we are at a place, because we are experiencing climate change, and it is an urgent problem we need to solve. We need to put those research findings into action. Absolutely. Doable actions that each Jamaican company, each Jamaican ministry, each Jamaican living overseas can help in that fight as well. Some of the things that came out of the discussion earlier, which I thought were opportunities for us to press a little further and to look at a little bit more closely, the knowledge products that you have created, the textbook for children, to educate kids about climate change. Yes. If we can get that information more widely accessible and out there, and I'm throwing my hat in the ring for the Jane Foundation to help it to get the knowledge out using our own networks, right? Absolutely. But if we can get that textbook into the hands of every Jamaican student and possibly develop a multimedia version of it as well, so we can reach kids in the digital platforms too, so the message evolves and takes life. As well as the vulnerability assessments for the various sectors. We do need to take a closer look at these findings and engage about what the findings are, so that our actions can be informed by actual research and not just intuition or a desire for profit or income. The use of the research becomes pretty important. Tanisha, where can we find those reports today if we are interested in that information?
So these reports were commissioned by the IDB, the Inter-American Development Bank, and it was the Planning Institute of Jamaica that led the initiative that was engaged the Climate Studies Group MONA at the University of the West Indies. So you'll find the resources available on the website of the Planning Institute of Jamaica. If you visit the website of the Physics Department, you'll also find access to some of the resources. We also have a page that has a list of climate change resources for Jamaica. And it has a whole suite of, whether it is for the level of schools or communities or governments, there's a whole suite of resources available. So these are available online. You spoke to a multimedia rollout of these knowledge products. Also, you'll find that there are also YouTube sites available now that speak to the outcomes and target our youth in what we understand about climate change, what it will mean for us in terms of impact, and what are things we can do. Energy becomes important to us
So renewables, for example, energy efficient technologies, how we treat with water, because one of the key things for us in the future is water. And so if we anticipate decreased rainfall, what does that mean for water availability and water quality? Saying all of that to say, we have developed the resources targeted at these age groups and also for the disabled community. We now have the State of the Jamaica Climate for the policymaker version in Braille, just to make it more available to all communities in Jamaica.
Okay, that's very good work. We just need to get the word out about that work. And Elizabeth, how do you think the diaspora community can help us to get that word out? How do we engage with the diaspora for that?
Well, we already started that program of engagement, and what I in haste to start did not say that I am the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council representative for development. I am also the chair of the working group for Planet, and in that working group we have diaspora representatives from the various geographies. From the African continent, representative David Jarrett in Namibia, and Karen Curry in the Middle East, and Kashane Denton, who is a youth representative, she's a youth chair based in Canada. And right here in the UK, we have Nathaniel Pete, who's a GJDC UK South representative, and Thara Reed, who is the GJDYC representative in the North for youth. So within our group, the Planet Group, we have been looking at opportunities to engage and to connect, where we have recently been working alongside with the IOM to look at a platform to enable the expertise to be melded together with that in Jamaica on the ground, so that we can move from good to great. Some of us are already working with our colleagues in Jamaica and have for several years, but it's moving it to the next level, because what we want is for Jamaica to be exemplar. We want Jamaica to lead the Caribbean in this respect, and how we actually shape ourselves and form new platforms and strategies for greater resilience from grassroots right up, and to be a real beacon of change within the region. So we are hoping as we go forward, and from this conference, we develop relationships, we hone greater understanding and opportunities for engagement and growth as we look to become more resilient in the future, and as I said, to be that beacon for the Caribbean.
And as we all experience the climate change and watch the climate conversation, one thing has been more obvious each day is that we need to get every Jamaican everywhere to care enough to take personal responsibility to protect the environment, to think pro-climate survival, the term I've stolen from Elizabeth, in everyday actions. We need to get every Jamaican architect, urban planner, every Jamaican construction manager or contractors to think climate preservation and climate survival in their work even before they begin to lay any brick or blocks anywhere. Now, in our experience, we had in implementing the water project, realized that there are significant challenges faced by the housing sector in terms of development, how we develop, where we develop, particularly considerations for access to water, potable water as well. It is not a build it and water will come scenario. So there needs to be more access to guidance in that regard where building housing solutions are concerned. Tanisha, what do you think is the one thing we could do? If we have a list of 1,000,000 priorities, right? But if we were to choose one, where we start with that?
For diaspora or at
For
home?
both,
For
in
both,
terms of
for both.
engagement and collaboration and housing.
For our diaspora, we'll start with something simple as just connecting with your communities at home. And within those communities, find out what is being done to prepare us. We are already living the change in climate, but to better prepare us for the change that is to come. So how are we saving water? Because water is just critical. Are we planting trees? Simple things. How do we have access to the renewable energy technologies we need, or energy efficient technologies? There are just some things we can do on the ground. And because energy is crucial to where we want to go, we talk about energy, we talk about our trees and planting trees, we talk about water. Agriculture, we have a number of agricultural communities that are being hit with significant variability year to year. How can we empower them to better prepare for a changing climate? So I think just for the diaspora to link with communities at home is important. At home, I would say, let's treat with water. You've raised an excellent point. We are putting up so many buildings. Just in the corporate area alone, we see so many apartment complexes coming up, but we're already challenged with water. What is the plan for water? And so as these complexes go up, you're hoping that there's a plan for water harvesting in these plants, and you're hoping that there are energy efficient technologies that are being used here, because all of these, they look like small things, Claudine, but they're important in our own response to climate change.
That's right.
And they're just good practices.
And they're just good practices. And where rainwater harvesting is concerned, if the rainwater patterns are changing, it means that the technology we used to do that has to change too. While we still have the community tanks and cisterns to gather water from runoff, we need to explore other ways technology can be used to increase and improve the access to potable water for those high rises and apartment buildings that are going up. The consumption of water as well. There are things we can do in our houses every day, every minute to change, right? So we're educating our kids and they will do it for the future. In fact, they are sometimes our best conscience. They sit on our shoulders and remind us that, you know, mommy, turn off the tap, or make the concert in the shower a little shorter, right? So we can save some water. How are we able to, or what would be the best way for us to engage with our Jamaicans overseas who are more advanced, I believe, in their water conservation and environmentally conscious practices than we are at home? How can we help the diaspora to take that message? Because each of you, as a Jamaican who is living overseas, you are a very, very credible messenger. You're Jamaicans who are back here. When you say something, they believe it. They embrace it. And we invite you to think about some of those ways you can carry the message back to your own communities, so we can begin to see practices such as plastic recycling, you know, better management of our waste disposal, and small things like that that can happen at home that they can help us to carry the message for us. Elizabeth, as we move to the end of our segment, any thoughts, any additional thoughts from you and the UK team?
You touch on a very important point in terms of transferring technology, and some of these technologies are not expensive, they're not grandiose at all. And I work in several dry islands around the world. As a hydrogeologist, that's my job, to enable them to be more efficient in water, especially with the climate agenda in their geographies. And the same applies. You know, the technologies that need to be incorporated quite early on in the design process for some of the developments that we have on the table. I think at planning level, we need to make sure that these are on plan, and if not, ask the question why. Because without that, we are setting ourselves up for a problem in the near future, and sometimes it's not even near future. it happens, once the building has been already constructed. So I think taking these little steps and ensuring that at planning level that we look at how we embrace the technologies quite early on in the process, and also at community level to enable these small changes, leave no one behind, in how we actually move the agenda forward. It's, as I said, most of these changes are incremental, but they have big impacts.
Yeah.
They're also not as expensive as people think they are, but they do provide that assurance and security in terms of being able to utilize a resource efficiently and effectively.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Tanisha. We have questions from the audience, inviting questions, commitments, and suggestions as well. Dr. Pearl. Yes? Okay, we have a question on the other side of the room. We'll take a microphone to you. We ask you to identify yourself and to ask
Hi,
your
my
question.
name is Karen Witter.
Karen.
One of the things that has been quite a burden on me since I've been out here is the lack of recycling points. When I stayed in hotels like the Grand Bahia, they have everything: paper, bottles, plastic, metal, everything. In the average household that I've stayed at, everybody puts everything in the bin. I have been watching the news. I haven't seen any campaigns on TV that are really pushing this. I think that there's something that the government can do to make these points, even if I don't mind driving to a recycling point with a load of plastic bottles rather than it going in the bin, because there's not going to be the same kind of recycling trucks going around collecting every week like they do in the UK. We recycle waste, we recycle plastic, everything. They actually give you bins to in your home. So even if they can't do it to every individual home, surely with all of these big new developments that are popping up everywhere, they could make that like something, a point where even people who don't live on site could maybe outside clothes banks. All of these things are just average in the UK, and everybody's really being re-educated about it, and we're doing it. But if there's no provision, then it's going to end up on the streets, and it pains me. I walked past Porto Seca Beach at the side road to Fortlands Road, which is like Millionaires Road. You know, there's two contrasts. The side up to Fisherman's Beach, rubbish everywhere. Where the security gate is, recycling bins, and neat. Very, very neat. Yeah. So it's education clearly, but it's also making those things available. So I think if you make it available, then people will use it. And if you educate the people, they'll learn.
Yeah, absolutely agreed, Karen. There is a wonderful NGO by the name of Recycling Partners of Jamaica, who recently started work in that area to collect the plastic bottles and also to focus on some communities to see if they can get the behaviors there. But there is need for a national response with respect to behavior change and awareness and practices that we can take where waste management is concerned. For us at Jane, we've started. We're starting with our properties by encouraging our employees at work every day to bring a reusable cup. If you have to buy a drink in a bottle, we'll recycle that bottle, and we're doing that alongside Recycling Partners of Jamaica Limited as well. But there is a whole lot more that we need to do on the national level.
Just to quickly note that what your point brings to forth as well is that there are multiple environmental challenges we treat with. Plastic is another challenge. And so when we're treating with climate on the one hand and treating with management of plastics, another environmental challenge, it just reminds us that there are multiple challenges that we're treating with as a small island.
And when we start with the recycling, the attitude changes. You'd be surprised to see how that fuels other action. Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions from our audience? Yes, we have one on. Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. And you'll be right after. Yes.
Good afternoon. I'm not sure which camera to look in. My name's Tara Johnson Reed, and I'm the Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council representative for the North UK. So I'm also Elizabeth Mullin-Smith's colleague on the Planet Group. I'd just like to raise a point around water conservation. I know that it could be a slightly sensitive topic given what's happened in past couple of weeks with NWC. I believe that really brought to the fore in people's minds the importance of water conservation, and there was a stark divide between couple weeks with NWC. I believe that really brought to the fore in people's minds the importance of water conservation, and there was a stark divide between
Um, Absolutely agree. The Jane Foundation called on the government of Jamaica very recently to make available as a minimum standard water
WC. I believe that really brought to the fore in people's minds the importance of water conservation, and there was a stark divide between
Absolutely agree. The Jane Foundation called on the government of Jamaica very recently to make available as a minimum standard water efficiency devices in every housing unit delivered by government. The government is doing very well on its commitment to increasing housing flow faucets, aerators, fittings that actually preserve water, reduce water consumption in each one of those houses. As a matter of course, it doesn't need to be an additional thing that the homeowner needs to purchase or anything like that. Just as we want to see everybody with a solar water heater, let's put in the water saving devices as well. We have another question on the side of the room.
Good afternoon, all.
Hi.
I'm a part of the Jamaica Diaspora Women Association, and I heard you touch on the water situation. Now, in Jamaica, I know we have a high level of resource in the St. Anne area for water. What are we doing in regards to harnessing that, looking at, engaging that more? Because water is going to be the next goal product, because I had a conference in Indiana last week, and the huge conference theater, I could not find any water. I'm there for the entire day and there was no water. You come through the airport and water is the most expensive thing to purchase in the airport. It is the next goal. And one, supply itself and also be a supplier of water.
You asked an excellent question, but you're asking it to the scientist. What we note from the data is that we're water stressed as it is. One of the areas we're going towards is stormwater capture, and that's a missed opportunity for us, and that's an area that the diaspora could help us with. What is the learning internationally on stormwater capture that may be transferable to Jamaica, and that's something we'd have to investigate. But there's some crucial lessons being learned overseas that I think our diaspora can help us come to terms with, help expose our teams to, and so membership on local teams become important, think tanks, because as we plan for an approach to water as a country, we're going to need the help, not just from the local experts, but the learning internationally.
Access to information, subject matter experts, so that we can share skills and, of course, collaborate. We have come to the end of our session. My timekeepers are on me. Thank you, Professor Stevenson and Mrs. Mullings-Smith, for your participation. I would just want to remind our audience, the research is available. There's a lot of work. Our Jamaican scientists are working. Let us put that information to use. You can access the information at the PIOJ's website, that is the Planning Institute of Jamaica. There are many publications on that site, as well as on the site for the University of the West Indies Mona Physics Department. There is research there as well. With respect to information about practical ways that householders can reduce water in their homes, you can check out waterprojectjamaica.com or janefoundation.com. We have a homeowner's guide on that site. We also have a guide about how to build a rainwater harvesting system or a grey water recycling system, available for anybody who wants it. And we know that the Heart Trust NTA is teaching their students how to do that using that information. I thank you so very much for joining us today.
Traveling to Jamaica with unaccompanied shipment? The Jamaica Customs Agency is encouraging all air passengers with unaccompanied shipments who have a taxpayer registration number, TRN, to present it to customs upon arrival. This will subsequently facilitate faster processing when clearing your unaccompanied shipments. The Jamaica Customs Agency will continue to implement measures to improve our service delivery and your service experience. You may contact us at 876-922-5140-8 or email public.relations@jca.gov.jm on this and other customs-related matters. Jamaica Customs, keeping our customers in focus.
If you missed Marketplace yesterday, you have another chance to catch it today. As a reminder, the Marketplace is open from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. each day. Once the business segment is a wrap, the real business will just be getting started. You can access the Marketplace online by clicking on the link to the virtual Marketplace, and you're invited to linger on and join in the festivities hosted by the VM Group. A big thank you to our legacy partners, the Grace Kennedy Group, the VM Group, and the JN Group, as well as our session sponsors, the Best Dressed Chicken, or as they call it in Haiti, Le Chic Poulet. And you're invited to linger on and join, as we said, in the festivities. We also would like to thank Hardware and Lumber and the Lasco Group. And just a quick note on the approach to take when you go online. First of all, once you have a break, remember to visit the sponsor booths sections on the virtual platform. On the left navigation menu, select the tab that says Exhibitor Hall. Select the tab that says Exhibitor Hall. Once you have been redirected, you're able to scroll through a view of all the sponsor booths showcased here at this 9th Biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference, the Jamaica 60 Hybrid Edition. You know that when you're in Jamaica or anywhere else where Jamaicans are across the globe, at some point or another, there has to be some form of entertainment, if even from family members just having a good laugh, etc., because we love to have a good time. And so we're going to give you a good time right now, an extra special good time. After all, you've been good enough to come and be a part of the experience and sit in on the sessions and make your notes, etc. So, hey, we're going to treat you. We're going to treat you right now. I am delighted to invite on stage, well, she's already here, but if you're not recognizing her just yet, you will see clearer by the time we're through, or by the time her performance is through. You are, well, let me not give away too much, except to say that she's a singer, songwriter, producer, musician, and vocal arranger. In other words, if your voice needs rearranging, she can, well, never mind. But you get the picture. And she's one of the best. She's one of the best, described as one of the best exports we have in entertainment right now. So listen up, those of you in the diaspora who have tons of events coming up. I'm just saying, she's regarded as one of the best exports we have in entertainment right now. In fact, some people go a step further. They say she is the complete package. Ladies and gentlemen, at home and abroad, please welcome inside Kingston Hall on the waterfront in downtown Kingston, Jamaica, at this Jamaica 60 Biennial Diaspora Conference. Let's hear it for Sherita Lewis.
Jamaica love, come on and feel Jamaica love. Come together, make we lift up Jamaica. Jamaica love, Jamaica. Jamaica love, I wanna feel Jamaica love. Come and reignite our nation. Jamaica love, Jamaica. Many rivers to cross, but I can't seem to find my way over. Wandering I am lost as I travel alone the white cliffs of Dover. Many rivers to cross, but just where to begin? I'm praying for time. There are times I find myself thinking of committing some awful, dreadful crime. Oh, when this loneliness won't leave me alone. It's such a drag to be on your own. My man left and he didn't say why. So I guess I gotta try. I've got many rivers to cross, but just where to begin? I'm begging for time. There are times I find myself thinking of committing some awful, dreadful crime. I've got many rivers. Oh, and I can't seem to find my way over. Oh, I've been licked, washed up for years, and I'm barely survived because of my pride. So many rivers, so many rivers. Oh, I gotta cross over. Thank you. All right, so you and I know that our greatest dream for Jamaica is for us to live in peace and in love. And not just for Jamaica, for the world. And so before I sing the next song, which is my original, well, the next two songs are my songs. But this is a favorite song of mine that I want to sing. And if you know it, when I reach a chorus, feel free to join in, all right? Okay, and those in digital land, please feel free to join wherever you are. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us only sky. Imagine all the people just living for today. Imagine there's no countries except Jamaica. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, no. No religion too. Oh, imagine all the people, living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer. Oh, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you will join us and the world will live as one. reason. This is the reason. Yeah. Yeah. If I could teach the world one lesson, if I could make them understand, just like a tree for every season, there is a road for every man. Oh, I would teach them this. Ooh, looking for ways to justify all of the footsteps in your journey, because fortune changes with the tide. That's just the way life is. Say no matter who or where you may live, yeah, this is the reason why you should show unconditional love wherever you go. Yeah. How can you judge someone by appearance and you've never walked in his shoes? Because each child, each man, and every woman, yeah, they didn't know till they knew. Oh, you should learn this. Stop turning pages of your story, looking for ways to justify all of the footsteps in your journey. Because today you're low, tomorrow high. That's just the way life is. Say no matter who or where you may live, yeah. Yes, this is the reason why you should show unconditional love wherever you go. So, alright, so to the woman sit down in a wheelchair, and to the child when not no bus fare, and to the man we're living in a upper class, give love. To the man you pay for come cut your grass, give love. To the people who are living with AIDS and many other things, they just can't change. Nothing to do with the size of your wealth. Just love your neighbor like you love yourself. Yeah. Say no matter who or where you may live. Yeah. This is the reason why you should show unconditional love wherever you go. This is how life should be. Didn't care if you do or you don't agree. Yeah. Say this is the reason why you should share unconditional love everywhere. Yeah. Say this is the reason. This is the reason. Yeah. Show him some love. Won't you give some love? Won't you give love? Give some love today. Thank you. Oh, what a shadow of the life I used to live. Your love is a light into the dark you freely give. All I ask is please don't fail me now. 'Cause on my own I might lose my way somehow. My undying faith in you is all I can be turned. And if I must follow you to hell, then let me burn. But all I am don't fail me now. 'Cause on my own, I might lose my way somehow. With you, I believe in love and dreams. Once again, you broke down the walls, you healed my hurt. Once again, and all of the fear and doubt in me, they disappear. So many things in life are better. Now you're here, and all I ask is please don't fail me now. 'Cause on my own, I might lose my way somehow. You are my strength, you lift me up, you set me free. As sure as the rising sun, I know it's destiny. And all I ask is please don't fail me now. 'Cause on my own, I might lose my way, lose my way. With you, I believe in love and dreams. Once again, you broke down the walls, you healed my hurt. Once again, and all of the fear and doubt in me disappear. So many things in life are better. Now you're here, and all I ask is please don't fail me now. 'Cause on my own, I might lose my way somehow. All I ask, please don't fail me now. 'Cause on my own, I might lose my way. High seas soaring low seas, say I'm gonna be afraid. Say I'm gonna be afraid. In high tide or in low tide, I'll be by your side. You know I'll be by your side. Oh, I heard a praying, praying, praying. I heard my mama, she was praying, 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 praying. And the words she said, they still linger in my head. She said, when a child that's born of this earth needs protection. How God can protect us. When the fool, please, Lord, correct us. Oh, and stand by me in high seas or in low seas. Said I am gonna be afraid. Saying I'm gonna be afraid. In high tide or in low tide, please stay by my side. 'Cause I don't wanna lose my way. My name is Sharita. Thank you.
We told you, or as they say in Jamaica, that song, can't say me never did I warn you. Oops, last time someone tried to sing that song in Parliament, I think he got it wrong. The finance minister. Oh, wow. No, Jamaica is a wonderful place. Jamaican people are wonderful people. No question about that. I don't think you can do in some other countries what you do in Jamaica. And hear me out. We give people names. We're big on aliases. And we see nothing wrong in whatever the alias is. So we say blacker, for argument's sake. Brown man, Indian, Browning. Yeah, we just affix these terms and titles and names, and they stick. But you can't do that in some country. They're saying it's discrimination, and it's like, how can you be, this? But in Jamaica, we just accept it and we're cool, right? So much so that when somebody asks for the name of, call a particular name, I'm say, who? And I'm saying, no, a tall man. And him, oh, you mean John Joe? No, but anyway. And of course, in my case, it would be short man or shorty. Yes, what a thing. What a thing. But anyway, I am not the comedian. In fact, we have a comedian waiting to join us on stage. Oh, he's here already. He's not even waiting. He's an actor, comedian, educator, and founding director of Ellis International. He is a joker. Because comedy is serious business. So if you can do it and do it well, it means you're a real joker. And he's also quite funny. He's a funny man. Very funny. Great. Over to Blacker. Let's hear it for Blacker Ellis.
I think I could give a new name to Durban as well. That's it. Him not really born here. Well, him born here, but him don't grow here. Greetings, Jamaican at home and the diaspora. It is good to be here. Hello, one Coco. Hello. That's why I am here, because I'm full my basket. Because somebody else couldn't be here. But watch out for a dropper. On a good Jamaican. Stop on yourself. My. Jamaica is a wonderful case study in contradictions. We're good, we're bad. I'm a good bad. I'm a bad good. We are marvelous. And the Jamaican capacity for us embracing impossibility is what I want to celebrate. We can do anything in Jamaica. Trust me. We can do all things and everything, plus more. I was told by an expert years ago, say I can't be an actor because I have what he called 2 speech impediments. Yes, the man said because I lisp and I stutter, I can't be an actor. I say, hello, impediment are things that hold you back. My talking never impede me yet. What I have, sir, are 2 speech peculiarities. I'm simply, hello, my father have a severe stutter. It never impede him. In fact, it impede him. My father have 9 kids with 6 different mothers. So it never impede. In fact, it may have helped my figure. When he met my mother and him say, me, la. She said, all right, take me. Argument done. Because I thought my father invented jazz. To me, it wasn't that thing when come here, boy, you know, I was like, yeah, daddy, you go. Groove. We're Jamaicans, we don't take things like, we don't take put down, we step up. You can't shame me because me a Jamaican. And you can say, yeah, I agree with you. That's how I became a comedian. I discovered that I have 2 options. Them go and laugh at you, and you become the joke, or them laugh with you, and you become the joker. You own the joke. So when they call me a nickname, I embrace it. That's how I became blacker. In grade 3 at Trenchtown Primary School, we're learning about adjectives, comparatives, superlatives. Teacher said big is the adjective, bigger comparative, biggest superlative. Now, class, look around the room for some examples. One boy said, Miss, we black and him blacker. That became my name, and you'd have a next boy who was blackest. So it's okay. Jamaica, we are a wonderful place. We are the best piece of rock on earth. And Derval writes, we don't understand. I've tried to live in Toronto and I came back home because I couldn't deal with the challenges with the fact that them don't understand that we just stay a certain way. So when the lady fat, you can't call her fat because that's impolite. In Jamaica, if you're fat, your name fatty. If your head big, your name big head. So I couldn't deal with it because we're just special. But sometimes our special, our exceptionality can get in the way and get us in trouble. And that's why I miss the good old time days. I miss the old time days. Those days when love was love. Those days when romance was romance. Those days when a boy like a girl and tell her stupid nonsense. It's so nice. My love for you is like a pound of sugar and a teaspoon of water. Oh, for your love, I would climb the highest ocean. For your love, I would swim the deepest mountain. It don't make no sense, but it's so nice. You like it. Because in those days, in love, you would promise to thrill a girl. Nowadays, them boys not promise to thrill you. Them are threatening to kill you. See if I will you, a murder. Hey, my love for you, boom. Oh, hey, oh, my love, dark and ignorant. Hey, yo, hey, oh, my love, fatal. Hey, oh, it's a love, me kill you with it. Urgh. I missed the first time these songs had lyrics. You know, verse, chorus, bridge, real songs. Nowadays, songs them have one phrase and the song done right. You want breadfruit? Breadfruit. Song done right. 2 lines. Look at the bird. Song done right. First time these singers had names like first name and surname. Alton Ellis, Bob Marley, Ken Booth. Nowadays, singers' names sound like onomatopoeia. Chiching ching, ding dong, skilly bang, and skeng. I'm like, what is the real name, young man? I missed the first time days, man. Those days were days when Pitney behave like Pitney. Nowadays, at the barn, you're big. And I think, at the risk of getting in trouble, I'll say this. You see that song, One Love? That everybody love over one love and everybody get all Bob Marley. It's not true, no, it's not one love. One love is a lie. Because you have enough kind of love. When a man say, oh, me love Aki and dumpling, I want different love from me love Boystown football team. A different love from, hey, lady, me love you, you know. So I know one love, enough different love, and love has been framed in different ways in Jamaica. Let's go back to late 50s. John Old. You have a rhythm in him called Love I Can Feel the Rhythm. The bass line does talk to you. The bass line goes, stooby-dooby-doom, stooby-doo-doom. And John Old said, I want a love I can feel. That's the only kind of stooby-dooby-doom. And that was love as a feeling. You with me? That's one love, you know. Feeling. John Old said, a love I can feel. Then pan the same rhythm, stooby-dooby-doom, stooby-doo-doom. Came Tony Tuff who said, first time I met you, I could not forget you. Girl, I know, I really had to get you. I saw you down, so it moved from feeling to seeing. Him see her and him want her. One, a two love, I don't know. I know one love, a two love now. You with me? Same baseline, stooby-dooby-doom, stooby-doo-doom. Then came Barry Summer now. Hey, little girl, each time you pass my way, so it moved from feeling to seeing, to touching. I know one love, I three love that now. And I see him loving her, and them all talking about love. And then came Sanchez, who said, you say you love me, baby, and we should be. See him with him now. And it moved from now, I can't wait. So it moved from feeling to seeing to touching to impatience. Love I get deep now. It I get back and front and side now. It I get shape now. And the same love. Feeling, seeing, touching, and then came to receive us now. Who the shape I'm in? Would you believe I lost the race again? Because I'm trying to move now to effort. Impatience, then effort at the same love. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so 12 love. And then on the same rhythm now, Tony Rebel taking out the kitchen. Love you like a fresh vegetable. And at the same love. But love is a wonderful thing. I fall in love every time I see my wife. But Jamaican men, we don't fall in love. We stand up in our love. Because we have to reframe everything in Jamaica. We have a particular thing with language. We make words and the word them sound like, you know, when the people in North America say, "Ooh, Ghostbusters," we say Duppy Conqueror. Which one sound nicer? When them say, "Oh, I caught a firefly," we say, "Hey, one catch one penny wally." Which one sound sweeter? We have a beautiful language, man. And when a Jamaican man start the lyrics, you know, hello, I tell my friends overseas, say if you feel unloved, if you long for some attention as a woman, come to Jamaica. Man, I go want you. As you land someone and make proposal to you, whether if you love or visa, two different things. Because in Jamaica, we don't make a lady pass without telling her how we feel about her. That's Jamaican cultural thing. And sometimes Jamaican men don't understand concepts like out of my league. It don't compute. Out of my league, boy, they at the roadside, a white windscreen. He have no job, no shoes, no shirt, no future. A lady a drive past in her X5. And my boy lyrics are. And hello, he thinks he has a chance. I mean, she might want me. You don't know, mommy and me if you take care of you, know. If you have to take care of teeth. But he must step to you with confidence. I mean, you don't know. I mean, he must shoot him shot. That's why we're so good. Because we have no snow. But we got a bobsled team. Hey, we special. We're special. I'm convinced, a friend of mine convinced that she said, if she die and get sent to hell and say a Jamaican down there, she'll go relax. That means the escape is afoot. Because we not take it. We are sending the devil mad. We are special. We are special. We are so special. Tell you something. My father, who by the way, my father passed. I mean, don't be sad. I mean, him passed like that. But that means, oh, we're not playing a game here. Him just part, he never take on the father thing too tough. So him pass. That never enough him under the domino game. But, and even though on the coming Sunday is Father's Day, I'm celebrating the fact that we become good fathers even when the absence of fathers. Because we are Jamaican. So if we don't have the model, we're going to find it somewhere. Because we can do all things. Because we just yeah, I want to go on. Any event I keep, you have 3 Jamaican men who can find them way in there. Jump fence, beggar bly, and beat gate. Yeah, I want to go on. When them say a diaspora conference, yeah, man. I mean him there, my friend named Spora. They will die, get sent to hell, and end up at heaven gate. Yo, St. Peter, tell the big man something there. Me Moses' cousin by him anti-side. You don't know. We have this knack for beating the system, for getting by. If we could transform that knack into productivity, we rule the world. It was smart, you know, we always we're going. We'll find a way into everything. So, my father had this thing where every year you have to do a project, because you have to work, redesign the house, look out the veranda and put a room. Next year, knock down the room and put a bench. It's a project. Every year is a Labor Day project. Well, last year, my father completely outdid himself. He said, we live in a 2-story house. And old master knocked down the bottom story. You see the top story? That's a different story for a different time. My favorite Jamaican of all is the late, great Miss Lou. And Miss Lou said, and I quote, Every hoe of them stick a bush, every long road have been. Hot sun of shady tree, and the longest prayers of amen. Amen. I must go off there, man. Yeah. More them say. Oh. When Jesus bear the cross alone and all the world go free. No, there's a cross for everyone and there's a cross for me. In fact, we can call it crosses. But I thought I'd share a thought with you, a reflection, that we're in this diaspora conference hosted by the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. And I was like, we've done the idea that foreign and diaspora kind of don't blend sometimes, because Jamaicans in the diaspora, wherever you are in the world, is no longer foreign. Once Jamaican live there, it becomes Jamaica. And I tell them, be transfer. You'll have a Jamaican living in Helsinki, living in Nebraska, and suddenly it becomes Jamaica. You pass in here, she's royal. Are you heard me there? We have a way for us enter somewhere and take it over and transform it. And we are trying to teach them how to be Jamaican. It's something I encountered when I lived in Toronto. I was constantly having to tell people, say, no, I'm Jamaican. It's funny because in a store, speaking standard English, and a man said to me, where you from? I said, I'm Jamaican. He said, nah, you're not Jamaican. Because I was giving him standard English in my Jamaican accent. I wasn't giving him a twang like, I'm in Toronto. I'm saying, yes, sir, my name is Owen. I'm saying, you're not Jamaican. You must be Nigerian or Ghanaian. I like that because I like my African heritage. But I want my Bob Marley. You see, I say, no, I'm Jamaican. Say, no, you're not Jamaican. You're Nigerian. I say, sir, hold on. Go to the car, come back with my Jamaican passport. I say, sit here. And say, Nigerians are good at that. I'm like, the man, this Kingston and Lagos in a one swoop. But I understand its problem because it's something I struggle with the language. At the store, I said, lady, may I have a bag, please? A what? And that's why I have to pardon Jamaicans who twang. It's not because they want to act like foreigner, but the twang is helpful sometimes. I said, lady, may I have a bag? A what? I said, may I have a bag? What do you say? They may I have a bag? B-A-G. She said, oh, you mean a bag? So next day, I'm going to ask her for a bag. And suddenly, I began to twang. I'm like, no, I don't want a bag. I want a bag. So you have to understand, when your friends come home and they suddenly start to twang, don't fight them, don't beat them. Them have to twang to get by in foreign. And them left somebody in foreign attack Jamaican. My auntie who raised me spoke 3 languages. English, Jamaican, and bad word. At one whole different language. And she was a fishmonger, and she had this way where she would move her neck on every syllable and come forward on the cloth. And that's the way I was raised. But even though, and when the bad word done, the beating start. But with all of that, she put a big value on education. She said, you have to go to school. You have to go to school. So thank God for school. I went to school, passed exam, common entrance. No, I didn't have PEP. I think PEP really means punish every picnic. And penalize every parent. But I passed common entrance. I went to Excelsior. And that's where I discovered that I was different. I discovered when them other boy have on Clarks and ballet and chop I had on anti-boyfriend hand me down old man shoes. And kids will laugh at you. So I began to show off my shoes before them see it and me first start laughing and them say, why you're so funny? Wait, come back tomorrow. I don't want shoes me have. But they wouldn't know. So we have found a way as Jamaicans to make the best of bad things. That's what we call Jamaica, take kin teeth, keep a heart bun. So the care your heart a bun, laugh. People, if it's one thing I want to leave with you, laughter is good thing. Laugh, your teeth now catch cold. And you may not laugh because you're happy. But trust me, you'll be happy if you laugh. Let me say it again. You may not laugh because you're happy. We sometimes laugh at a shock, but if you keep laughing, you'll be happy. Because the science already agree on it. When you laugh, the body does things. Release endorphin, you feel good. The people laugh. Behind your mask, around your mask, laugh. Even when the mask on, we can see if you're laughing. And mask is a good way to prove what you are in Jamaica. Because if you fully mask, if the mask on and knows you're FF1. Familiar face. Mask cover your face and know that you're FF2. Familiar face and famous forehead. So laugh. Make your forehead glow with laughter. Laughter is good medicine. Laugh. Laugh. Laugh with yourself. Laugh at yourself. Laugh because of yourself. But keep on laughing, keep on loving, and keep on being Jamaica. God bless you now.
Businesses to help you live a graceful life with Grace Kennedy Financial Group.
Okay.
This life is one big road with many curves and winds. When you need a friend to guide you to the strength you have inside, VM will be your guide, always by your side. We're a firm foundation here to stay, build you a brighter way, yeah. Transform your everyday. Turn your dreams to reality. VM makes you all you can be. Yes, transform your everyday. Transform your
VM
everyday.
Group. Transform your everyday.
We all lead busy lives. We spend so much time in traffic or on a bus. But with all these distractions, there is an opportunity to make our time together something to get dressed for. Making time to share the goodness, share a milestone, share a meal. Sharing your life's most important experiences is a meal together away. The best dressed chicken. Make life delicious.
Now, wasn't the entertainment fantastic? Let's hear it for our performers, Sharita Lewis and Blacka. Yeah, no, we really enjoyed it so much, we almost forgot about lunch, actually. It was quite captivating. But ladies and gentlemen, conference attendees present here at the beautiful new offices of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade overlooking the waterfront here in downtown Kingston, and attendees online across the globe. Good afternoon if you're just joining us, and those who have been with us from the start, good afternoon to you. I'm your host, Dervan Malcolm, and it's my honor to be a part of this momentous conference being hosted in the same year as the 60th commemoration of Jamaica's independence, convened by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Did you know that the Kingston Harbor is the 7th largest natural harbor in the world? Well, if you didn't, now you know. Now, does anyone remember, speaking of the Kingston Harbor, does anybody remember the Cross the Harbor annual swimming competition? Anybody young enough to remember that? Yes? I hear Nurse Claudette says she thinks she remembers, you know? Yes, vaguely. Yes, indeed. Well, we used to have that, an annual swimming competition across the harbor. Sadly, we just lost Sarah Newland Martin of the YMCA. She was quite a swimmer, and she didn't have the legs that we have, but she did exceptionally well. She passed a few days ago. May her soul rest in peace and light perpetual shine on her. Another outstanding swimmer at the time was James Moss Solomon. Jimmy Moss Solomon. Sadly, we lost him not so long ago as well. Used to swim across the harbor. So that was a big deal. The race was from Bournemouth Beach. Anybody remembers Bournemouth Beach? Right? And that's close to Rockfort in East Kingston, and across the Kingston Harbor to Gunboat Beach on the Palisadoes Strip. In later years, Victoria Pier here in downtown Kingston became the starting point. Regrettably, the race was discontinued in the late 1980s because of the rapidly deteriorating water quality due to pollution. We need to fix that. The impact that partnerships and alliances can make cannot be overstated. With this in focus, we will move into another round of concurrent breakout sessions to facilitate dialogue among diaspora interest groups. That is so important. That's how Farm Up Jamaica came about. And look at Farm Up Jamaica now. You just Google it and read of the success of Farm Up Jamaica. It was one of those sessions in 2013, right? So the breakout sessions are key to facilitating dialogue among diaspora interest groups, diaspora faith-based organizations, government departments, and service delivery, and diaspora stakeholders. So these sessions will be hosted by sponsors. We will regroup after the breakout sessions for another Ignite talk on investment opportunities in Jamaica. In the meantime, we're going to pause for lunch. Enjoy. Thank you very much, and please come back in just about team, half an hour's time. We're not asking you to cut and swallow, as we say in Jamaican parlance, but do the best you can. See you in a half an hour or so.
presentations locally, internationally, and regionally, various seminars and security market conferences, and is a leader in the financial services industry in our region. And she's also an author. I have not read her book. I have ordered a copy. I have not received it yet, Dr. Street Fart.
You should receive it shortly.
In 2016, Dr. Street Fart was conferred with the honor Order of Distinction and the rank of Commander in recognition of our outstanding leadership in the growth of the Jamaica Stock Exchange. So, you know, Marlene's credentials are well known and she's a well-regarded figure in the region. And today we want to really talk to Marlene about the Jamaica Stock Exchange and opportunities that exist for the diaspora in entering the stock market, as well as the ability for us all to participate in the Jamaica social stock exchange.
Yes.
I have a few questions that I want to ask Marlene in this chat, and Marlene, I'm sure, she's a very engaging speaker, so I'm sure we'll have a good discussion. So Marlene, welcome, and I'm sure you're very excited to be speaking to the diaspora today.
Very excited to be speaking, yes.
So Marlene, it's Jamaica's 60th year of independence, and I would love it if you would tell the diaspora, tell us how the Jamaica Stock Exchange uses technology to improve access to capital and investment.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here and to talk about how we use technology. Because let us start first by saying that when we just began, it was paper. Everything was paper-based. And you know the problem that created in the 90s. So we moved to an electronic trading platform just about 1999, 2000. And that assisted with confidence in the market. We also moved to a settlement platform through the subsidiary, the JCSD. So there is a seamless process from trading to settlement, and that creates for the market, whether the diaspora locally, confidence that when your transaction is done, it will be properly settled, traded and properly settled. Then we move on to how do we regulate the market to ensure that, you know, there is no abuse in the market. And again, what we did was to put in place electronic surveillance system. Now, I want to just touch quickly on the fact that we have an online trading platform. And it is at one of the diaspora sessions, Stephen, that the diasporans said, we cannot seamlessly enter the market to, you know, participate in IPOs and the secondary market. And we went back and we said, well, if this is the charge you have given us, we are going to put in place the online trading platform. And we have put that in place that will allow investors to invest seamlessly through the platform, utilizing you know, all the tools that are there. Naturally, they go through a broker first, and you know, for the KYC, we know that that is important. But after that, the sky's the limit in terms of what they do. And when we look at technology, we're talking about that aspect. But let us talk about how we secure ourselves. Cybersecurity tools have been put in place because, you know, we are dealing with technology. We look at data privacy, all of those to ensure that structurally, infrastructure is there to protect the diasporans when they decide to invest in the market.
Well, that's really great, Marlene, and I think the results have spoken for themselves. The Jamaica Stock Exchange ranked number 1 by Bloomberg in 2015, ranked by Bloomberg number 1 in 2018. Yes. 2019, you had a bad year. You were ranked number 5 in the world.
Yes.
Yes. You know, so the results have clearly have spoken for themselves. But the question I want to ask you, Marlene, is, you know, we hear these numbers about the ranking for the stock exchange, but what does it mean for the Jamaicans and for Jamaicans in the diaspora? How does the stock market benefit Jamaicans and Jamaicans in the diaspora?
I want to talk.
Break it down for us.
yes, a little bit about the ranking first, because what the ranking really is talking about is how much the market has performed, how companies, literally, how companies on the market have performed year over year, and that converts to in terms of the price of those shares. So if you are saying that the market is number one performer, it means that the investor has performed well in terms of what they have invested in. So it cannot be simpler than that. And if we're saying even now, the stock market, the junior market has performed 20%, over 20%. Now, compare that with other countries, you might not see that performance. So this is from the standpoint of how the market has performed. Now, let us look at the stock market itself. We have 99 companies on the stock market representing over 140 securities. What it means is that the diasporans have an opportunity to invest in different types of security depending on their, what they love, their risk appetite, etc. We have in manufacturing, the distribution, in banking, and these securities have different flavors. Let us put it like that. Some of them are dividend yielding securities. Some of them, the price appreciation is there. But what we have found within this market is that by and large, companies have performed well. Companies have performed well because they are in tune with good governance. They also recognize that the body of investors that they have now are demanding a good return. So why not the diasporans taking advantage of the market as it is now? The US market, the main market, the junior market, the bond market. These are, and the private market, which we have just launched. These are all markets that they can take advantage of.
Well, that's great, Marlene. And I think if you look at this, the performance of the stock exchange, I think really easy to argue that it is the leading financial market in our region, but not just from a performance perspective, but also from a governance perspective. I think the stock exchange has been a real pillar in our region in terms of improving governance. And I was wondering if you would just take a few minutes to talk to our guests, our participants conference about how governance improves confidence in the market, and in what ways has the Jamaica Stock Exchange sought to improve and encourage good governance in our market?
Yes. So obviously, if one looks at an entity, the stock exchange, it is there as a facility. It is there to ensure that the companies that are listed on the market do what they are supposed to do in terms of proper disclosure to the market, providing financial statements, engaging the shareholders. And these are all things that are rule-based, but the stock exchange goes further than that. So we ensure that as a company that reports to the Securities Commission, that those information and those rules that are in the Securities Act are followed. We also ensure that the rules of the Jamaica Stock Exchange are followed. And we embrace the private sector organization code, corporate governance code. Now, all of that we, by rule or by moral suasion, we encourage our listed companies to participate in, and also our member dealers, because we also regulate the member dealers. So member dealers, listed companies. And by just a moral suasion, we do put in place, for example, our best practice. Best practices award, where we have, we look at how companies perform based on good governance, corporate governance, and we award them. And listed companies are in tune to that. So these are some of the measures that we put in place to ensure that there is good governance. Quite recently, we also introduced the Corporate Governance Index, and that also is measuring how a company performs in relation to the rules of the exchange, the Companies Act, the Securities Commission, the Securities Act, and other things that they do internally in their organization. So we are very much in touch with the companies. We are very much aligned to the fact that governance is important globally, and that our exchange must be best in class as it relates to that.
That's really great, Marlene. And you talked about the best practice awards, and I think that's a big part of how we recognize the performance of not just companies but broker dealers. I thought you would also have mentioned that Grace Kennedy basically owns one of those awards. We've won it so many times.
Yes.
But you weren't going to be biased just because I was here, so you just didn't bother to mention that.
But I would like to say that, that speaks to sustainability too, because we believe that we are in this for the long haul. And Grace Kennedy and many of the other companies have taken that on board. And yes, for you have had a big trophy in terms of awards. Yes.
Yeah. So you talked about sustainability, Marlene, and a big part of sustainability is ESG. It's a big, very topical subject globally and in Jamaica, and the stock exchange is a leading voice in that in our region. ESG, environmental, social, and governance. It's an area of focus for governments, for private sector, for the public sector. What has the stock exchange done to improve this ESG ecosystem?
Yes. First, let me say to you that we believe at the stock exchange that we cannot grow companies unless we look at the environmental, the social, and and the corporate governance. We have to look at all of those, because it is in looking at that companies will grow. So it is all interconnected, and you will see based on what we have done is that we have recognized.
Think you know Jamaica?
As a result of that, what the stock exchange has looked at the social, and we introduced the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange, because we believe that in doing so, it will improve the conditions of the country. It will also improve on the various entities, social entities, and we have done that. We have also, and I will go back to that in a little while, we have also looked on the environmental aspect. And currently, what we are doing, we have an arrangement with an agreement with the Ministry of Housing, Environment and Climate, where we are looking to launch a green bond by the end of this year. And this is because we are in tune with the fact that the environment should play a pivotal role for our companies. As we do at the stock exchange, what we will do is provide guidance notes, guidance as to how companies must report on the environment. As I said before, we are a member of the UN Sustainable Exchange, and that is critical, reporting on the environment. And gradually, we will have the environmental index. But just for 2023, we will also be putting in place for our Best Practices Award, the environmental, just looking on the environmental award. And that is looking at listed companies and broker dealers. But can I, Stephen, go back to the social?
Yeah, I would love it. I would love it, Dr. Srifars, because in 2019, the Jamaica Stock Exchange launched the social stock exchange. And I would love to know from you sort of what prompted the JSE to embark on this initiative and what the future of this initiative holds.
Okay, and as I said, we were prompted by the fact that social is important to growth of the economy and growth of the stock exchange and growth of our companies. So sustainability is what we looked at. And, you know, collaboration is very important when you run an exchange or any business. And we went to Brazil, we saw that they had a social stock exchange, and we decided that we would adapt the social stock exchange. So we do have the social stock exchange, which is in two markets. The JSIM, which is the Jamaica Social Investment Market, and the JIIM, which is the Jamaica Impact Investment Market. What is measured gets done. And so the JSIM, again, was as a result of the diasporans, where they have said that we want to invest socially. But some of the times when we do so, we do not have a report as to what has happened. How do you measure what has happened in the country? How do you measure that particular project? So the fact is, with the stock exchange, having a good environment, and that's the Jamaica Stock Exchange, we thought it best to mirror what we do best for the social sector. So we have done that, and we have had to date 5 companies that has come to market to seek funding for projects. We had the DEFCAN, and that project was fully funded. We have the Alpha project, and that was fully funded. And now we have 3 other projects. Choose Life, and it is clear what it does. It looks at suicide and all of that, which is prevalent now in terms of persons' hopelessness. And they are trying to raise $10 million. Praise Jamaica goes right to the heart of our society, the children, learning how to deal with conflict. And so they have put together a good project that needs funding in the tune of $17 million. Then we have jamming. Now, jamming is through the Agency for Inner City Renewal. And this project is about just that, inner city renewal in terms of the children, music, adults even. And that is where we use music to deal with various issues, social issues that we are having at the community level. And they're seeking $6 million. These are Jamaican dollars I'm talking, though, Stephen. So we know that the diasporans are really, can really assist with this. And, at this chat, I am appealing for that they assist. It's $33 million in all. And just recently, I went to the reggae festival in Florida, and there were a number of persons there, and they seem to get it, that right now it is important that we move towards a concentrated effort on uplifting the social sector, because it is good for business.
That's great. So were you a attendee at the reggae festival, or were you a performer?
And actually, I was a worker. I went and I handed out the flyers. I told people about the social stock exchange. I told people about the raffle that we are having, that they could participate in, just $5. And I went up on stage and just told them about the fact that this exchange is theirs. The Jamaica Stock Exchange might be situated in Jamaica, but when we talk about now global and we talk about technology, we just sit here, but we operate in the wider space globally, and this is their exchange. For them to make money on the exchange, wealth creation is important. Look at the value proposition that we have and take advantage of their exchange. That's what we are here for.
Yeah, Marlene, you say I wasn't joking when I told everybody that you were a public speaker extraordinary. So you span all kinds of forums. I wanted to just have a few more questions for you. I mean, one is really, I think Marlene you've led a truly dynamic organization over the last, when you're general manager, managing director of the stock exchange, it's been quite a long period of time. You moved the company from a period in time when there were challenges to now being, one of the leading stock exchanges in the world, consistently performing very well. I think you are well recognized as one of the leading female business leaders in our region. And, I just wanted you to talk just a little bit about how you have personally and what you have done with the stock exchange to use the stock exchange as a bridge between Jamaica and the diaspora, Jamaica and the international investing community, because I know you've done a lot of work in that area.
Okay, so if I understand the question, Stephen, is how have we engaged the diasporans?
Yes.
Is that it?
Yes.
So, what we have done, is education is paramount, because we have found that, and I cannot overemphasize this. We have found that when we started, as you said some time ago, many persons shied away from the market. They didn't understand it. They believed it was for the rich man. They felt that it was gambling and all that sort of thing. And we had to go to the ABCs, that it is not about gambling, because the fundamentals are there for each company that is listed on the market. You can look at it and determine whether to invest or not. That was available through our website. And the website was a key area in terms of technology to connect with our internally in Jamaica and our diasporans. And so we looked at that. We looked at the young people. How would they connect with us? Key. Because if you have sort of lost a generation, you have to look at not losing. And we introduced the stock market game. And I want to say that this stock market game can be applied to any of the schools in North America, UK, Canada. We can have that game with our students and theirs. So we introduced the stock market game for schools. And then we continued to have a public forum and, for example, investor outreach in August, the National Investor Education Week, where we partner. Collaboration is important. So we engage our brokers, we engaged others in the market, outside of the market, and we also created an e-campus. That again is electronic. Using technology, we created an e-campus where any of our diasporans wanting to know the ABCs of investing in the market want to do a course in postgraduate studies can do so. So the linchpin really was about market education, creating that market confidence, saying what people want you to say, and doing what you must to deliver on what you say. That is very important for us. And this is what we did in building block by block the exchange. The exchange is, as we normally say, fair, efficient, transparent. And it must mean something to us, and it must mean something to the diasporans, that we are fair, we are efficient, we are transparent, we respond to their queries. And so this is how we grew, again, utilizing technology so that the confidence can be in the market. And just continue to press with the various conferences, market education, key to all we have done.
Yeah, so I think describing you and your leadership style as innovative is clearly expressed in terms of what you have been able to accomplish, but even just the approach that you have taken, the communication with the diaspora, and your vision to get the stock exchange and the leadership of the team to the point and place where it is right now. Dr. Streetford, we are nearing the end of our session, and I just wonder if you had any sort of closing remarks that you wanted to share with the diaspora, I think by all means, I've been hearing that, all reports I've been hearing that the conference has been going extremely well. I'm sorry we weren't able to meet in person. I'm actually traveling on business, but we were able to do this virtually. And I think that this virtual hybrid format is really, really allowing us to engage with the diaspora. So congratulations to all involved so far. So any closing remarks, Dr. Street?
I just want to say that just this morning, we listed another small and medium-sized entity that was oversubscribed by 952%. What that means is that people are looking for good investments. And what that means is that our diasporans can take advantage as well of investment. And just to put it in context, that not only are we able to list local businesses, if the diasporans have businesses overseas that wants us to list on our market, why not list in Jamaica? Why not list, get capital, and grow in Jamaica? So this is something that we are throwing out. Again, I must say to you that regarding technology, we will soon be launching a few other products on the market, like the direct market access, and we will be launching also the digital asset platform in short order. And so these are some of the things that we want to say to our diasporans, that we understand that there is much more room to serve you, and we intend to do that. So socially, I want you to just go now to our website in terms of, I'm going to give you it in a minute. It is jsf.jamstockex.com and participate in that. I know you love the social. Please participate. Please help us to close the gap of the 33 million. I want you to go onto our website and go to the eCampus, ecampus.jamstockex.com, and look at the offerings we have there for you to understand more of the market, get certified. We are fully certified by the University Council of Jamaica. And I also want you to look at our new website that we have redone, and that is jamstockex.com. There is also now closing the jtraderpro.jamstockex.com, and that is for online trading. You have no excuse not to participate in the Jamaica Stock Exchange, participate in your growth and our growth and the growth overall of Jamaica.
Well, Dr. Street, first, it's been great to listen to you, and I hear your energy, and I understand why the Jamaica Stock Exchange under your leadership has been so successful. And I think you have made a very clear case to the diaspora in terms of the opportunities to participate, not just on the social exchange, but on the more traditional exchanges, and also the opportunity for members of the diaspora to possibly even raise money in the Jamaican market. So I think this has been an extremely informative session. It's always a pleasure to speak with you, and I'm sure everybody enjoyed listening to you today. So thank you very much, Dr. Street Forest, and I look forward to seeing you soon.
Okay, always a pleasure to speak with you, Stephen, and thank you.
All right, take care. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for participating in the side chat, and I trust you'll enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Stephen Whittingham. And before him, you heard from Dr. Marlene Street Forest, the managing director. Quite a story too. I believe she was a classroom teacher in the beginning.
Yes, I was.
There you go. From classroom teacher, from the classroom to the boardroom. And managing director of the, I just love to say it, the award-winning Jamaica Stock Exchange. We should never forget that. Yeah, we should never ever forget that. This, I like to refer to Jamaica as the biggest little country in the world. Little Jamaica with the award-winning Jamaica Stock Exchange, 2015 and 2018. Well done to the team. Let's take a quick break. You know how it is. We have legacy partners and sponsors, and we want you to not forget them and their role in this conference. In fact, we want to remind you, as a matter of course, that there is, here we go. So here's the thing. Once you have a break, remember to visit our sponsor booth section on the virtual platform. On the left navigation menu, which you'll see on the screen, you select the tab that says Exhibitor Hall, Exhibitor Hall. And once you have been redirected, you're then able to scroll through a view of all the sponsor booths showcased for the conference. How about that? Let's take a look.
Hello, my name is Wayne Golding, and I serve as a team lead for the Peace Working Group of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. The other members of the Peace Working Group are Mr. Kevin Jr., Sector-Based Citizen Security, Ms. Shauna Chin, Vice Chair of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, and of course, the West Midwest USA elected member, Ms. Naila Gordon-DeCiccio, elected member from Canada, and Mr. Nathaniel Pete, elected member of the United Kingdom South. Serving as our secretary is Ms. Lisa Brian Smart, Assistant Director of the Diaspora Affairs Department in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. After intense research by members of the Peace Working Group on the issues surrounding the broad mandate and concept of peace, the group had its inaugural meeting on March 28, 21. The members of the group have had varying and wide-ranging discussions on the wider concept of peace and the development of a work plan to best adhere to the terms of reference of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, as well as Jamaica's Vision 2030 and the Matrix of Sustainable Development Goals of Jamaica. The concept of peace was defined by two internationally recognized concepts, the first being negative peace, which represents the absence of violence or the fear of violence from a society. The second being positive peace, which represents the attitude, institutions, and structures that create and sustain peaceful societies. The positive peace concept was adopted as a wider goal of the Peace Working Group. The Peace Working Group recognizes and appreciates and understands how countries like Jamaica operate within the concept of peace, which is very complex, and will strive to assist the development of positive peace-related policies. As members of the Jamaica Diaspora, we welcome the opportunity to consult, advise, and contribute to these policy developments as it relates to a more peaceful Jamaica. Jamaica is currently ranked number 80 of 163 on the Global Peace Index of countries in the world. Our strategic policy will follow well-functioning government, sound business environment, equitable distribution of resources, acceptance of rights of others, good relationship with our neighbors, free flow of information, high levels of human capital, and low levels of corruption. The group has taken its first steps to partner with an established group in Jamaica, which is the Area 4 Police Civic Committee. Mr. Kevin Jr. is the liaison between the Peace Working Group and the Area 4 Police Civic Committee. Peace Working Group looks forward to and anticipates a successful collaboration and the establishment of this type of structure right across Jamaica. On behalf of the Peace Working Group, I wish to welcome you to this year's biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference and hope that it will further be a medium for the recalibration and continued cementing of the meaningful relationship between Jamaica and its awoken diaspora. Thank you and have a great conference.
With our online record updating applications, both local and overseas customers are now able to apply for the following record updating products online: late entry of name, addition of father's particulars, and correction of errors for birth, death, and marriages. These initiatives are in support of the government's call for businesses to streamline their services with a view of reaching more of their customers online.
Traveling to Jamaica with unaccompanied shipment? The Jamaica Customs Agency is encouraging all air passengers with unaccompanied shipments who have a taxpayer registration number, TRN, to present it to customs upon arrival. This will subsequently facilitate faster processing when clearing your unaccompanied shipments. The Jamaica Customs Agency will continue to implement measures to improve our service delivery and your service experience. You may contact us at 876-922-5140-8 or email public.relations@jca.gov.jm on this and other customs-related matters. Jamaica Customs, keeping our customers in focus. Think you know Jamaica? We are manufacturing. Now you know Jamaica. Do business Jamaica.
Thank you very much for staying with us as we continue the happenings here inside Kingston Hall in the Hugh Shearer building, which houses the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade at Port Royal Street here in downtown Kingston, Jamaica, on the waterfront, overlooking the 7th largest natural harbor in the world. Conference participants, Jamaica is ranked out of 190 countries in the category Ease of Doing Business in the World Bank 2020 Doing Business Report. As a point of comparison, Trinidad ranked 105th and Barbados ranked 128th. The same report also highlighted the fact that Jamaica introduced reforms making it easier to do business. Namely, Jamaica made property registration easier by reducing the property transfer and stamp duty. And it made enforcing contracts easier by introducing a judicial performance measurement mechanism that provides publicly available information on time to the disposition and clearance rate. Now, coupled with the fact that the government of Jamaica actively pursues a PPP program, and that's not a new political party, it's public-private partnership program to advance the investment mandate of the country. Doing business in Jamaica can only go up from here. What is more, according to a JIS report last November, and JIS, that's the Jamaica Information Service, which at one time was known as API, and those old enough to remember that would remember. But what is more, according to a GIS report last November, there continues to be a steady increase of remittances to Jamaica. This personal form of direct investment in Jamaica has had a domino effect from families to small businesses and beyond. According to the report, the Bank of Jamaica, BOJ, says remittance inflows for the first 10 months of 2021, end of October, totaled approximately $2.5 billion as against $2 billion for the corresponding period the previous year. And that still saw a level of strength going forward despite the impact of the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic. Total remittances for 2020, $2.91 billion US. And that represents a 20% increase over the 2.47 billion recorded the previous year. Against this backdrop, our next discussion provides the perfect stage for deeper engagement on the topic of diaspora business and investment in Jamaica. And to take us through this plenary number 4, we are going to welcome, first of all, the moderator, who will then introduce his panelists. And the moderator is Mr. Dwight Jackson. He's Assistant Vice President, Capital Markets at VM Wealth Management. Over to you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you very much, Dervan, and for so wonderfully setting the stage for our discussion. As Dervan mentioned, my name is Dwight Jackson. I'm the Assistant Vice President for Capital Markets at VM Wealth. That's a lot, but what does that mean for most persons? I simply arrange or raise capital for businesses. Very simple job. Today, I'm joined by my esteemed panelists. To my immediate left is the Honorable Norman Dunn, State Minister in the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. I'm also joined physically here by Ms. Asha Richards. Ms. Richards is the Northeast USA Regional Lead of Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council and intern for the Migration, Remittances and Development Program at the Inter-American Dialogue. There's something missing there. It's okay. Ms. Richards, in addition to her current work, she pursues her master's degree she had pursued her master's degree at Columbia University School of International and Public Affairs in the Development Practice Program with a prospective concentration in the international organizations and United Nations studies and regional specialization in Latin America. Also with us are panelists that are online. So today we have online Ms. Valerie Vera. She is the CEO at the Jamaica Business Development Center. I'm also joined online by Mr. Andre Gooden, who is the Manager Group Business Development of the Jamaica Stock Exchange, and Mr. Gabriel Heron, who is the VP Marketing for Jampro. Good afternoon and welcome again, panelists. So before I jump into it, I'm going to hand the privilege over to my very esteemed panelists again, Dr. the Honorable Norman Dunn, to set the stage for what Dervan aptly described as diaspora business and investments in Jamaica.
Thank you very much, Dwight, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, my panelists, Asha, Ms. Valerie Vieira, and other members who are online. I'd like to recognize also members of the diplomatic corps, members of the Jamaican Diaspora, fellow panelists, of course, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I think I see in the midst here our CEO of Jampro, Dan Edwards, members of staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Good afternoon. So I'm pleased to participate in this panel discussion to explore the opportunities for diaspora business and investment in Jamaica. As the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade convenes its biannual diaspora conference, the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce is aware of the sustained interest and feasibility, innovative ideas for commercial activities that are abound amongst Jamaicans abroad, and we continue to develop and implement strategies that will create an environment that will make it easy to do business in Jamaica. Some of these measures include strengthening the business environment for private sector investment under the Jamaica Business Environment Reform Project, where $330 million has been budgeted to continue the work on the 2022 and the 2023 fiscal year. Putting in place a national investment policy to better manage the development of Jamaica's investment climate in line with international best practices and norms. Of course, making it easier for persons to invest in projects that are sustainable, innovative, and can contribute meaningfully to Jamaica's economic and social development through our Priority Investment Project Initiative. The Jamaica Economic Residency Program, which is a business migration program that will facilitate economic recovery and residency status for individuals without Jamaican citizenship who are ready to invest, such as our second and third generations Jamaicans. So we have embraced digitization and digitalization in many of these initiatives, such as our National Business Portal, which provides a one-stop shop for prospective investors in Jamaica, and the Government Portal, the Jamaica Single Window for Trade and Investment, for a web-enabled access to services that support cross-border trade. There are opportunities for business activity across a diverse sectors, include agribusiness, and I'm really encouraging our diaspora to look specifically at this area, agribusinesses, manufacturing, tourism, logistics, outsourcing, and our agencies such as JAMPRO and the Jamaica Special Economic Zone Authority, the JBDC, of which Ms. Valerie Vieira is from, the Company Office of Jamaica, provide ongoing support for potential investors. Despite the necessary containment measures of the pandemic in 2020 and 2021, Jamaica's economy remains relatively stable. We have navigated the pandemic without any borrowing, and that is so significant. Our banking system is strong, and we are maintaining a path for fiscal prudence. According to the Planning Institute of Jamaica, we have recorded 4 consecutive quarters of growth in the last fiscal year. And again, remember, this is in the pandemic. And in November 2021, rating agency Moody's Investment Services affirmed our outlook is stable. And you'd have seen over the years, I mean, we have always had an issue where it's almost boom and bust. 1 minute we're up, 1 minute we're down. But we have maintained that stability over the years, and Moody's has affirmed that positive and stable outlook for Jamaica. This shows that there's international confidence in our fiscal program. And I'm imploring the diaspora that when you look at Jamaica, you sometimes have to look at it through the eyes of others who are looking at us using different empirical evidences, not just what you see that is happening, but a person or agency such as Moody's who takes a different approach in looking at Jamaica and countries like Jamaica and compares it with the rest of the world. And when they affirm a stable outlook for Jamaica, it means that we are in good stead and that confidence is necessary for investors to invest in Jamaica. What it shows is our resilience as an economy, and of course, an economy that supports entrepreneurship. So Jamaica is ready for business. And in my presentation in Parliament, in a sectoral debate, it was entitled, Jamaica, Ready and Open for Business. This is one moment in time, and I'm really encouraging my families and friends in the diaspora because we are all Jamaicans, and you have done so much for us, albeit that you are not physically here, but we value you and we value the work that you do, and we're encouraging you. We are encouraging you to continue to be bullish on Jamaica. Let me tell you, when I look at the statistics, moderator, I think I'm in the best time in the history of this country. The best time in the history of this country. And I'm hoping the diaspora is seeing the same. I mean, there are so much things that is going right for Jamaica. And for persons who are here and who have traveled to Jamaica in recent times, in the last say 2 years. There was an anecdote evidence that somebody said that, if they come to Jamaica now and go to Hagley Park Road, I think they're in foreign. And it shows the depth of the development that is taking place here in Jamaica. I mean, the buildings, the infrastructure, the investment in various different places. What it's doing is creating that avenue for Jamaica to leapfrog forward. And you'd have seen and heard just a while ago the information on the remittances. I mean, Jamaicans abroad, you are away, but your heart is at home, and you have invested in this country. And we're saying to you, Jamaica is ready and open for business. This is your chance, your opportunity. Seize the moment, please, because we're here. We're here as Jamaicans.
Thank you very much for setting the tone. As I said at the start, Minister Dunn would have also very recently contributed to the sectoral debate. And in his contribution, he made mention, which is my takeaway, the fact that they're on a digital thrust. And the hope is that through this very initiative, we will see more participation from the diaspora. But I want Minister Dunn to expound on some of these activities that are actually being undertaken under his ministry.
Right. One of the things, I just want to do a few definitions. One is digitization, as was mentioned. It's actually to transform MSMEs from paper-based to electronic. Digitalization is a transformation of MSE business processes from manual to electronic. And of course, digital transformations allow MSME to leverage technologies and to build new businesses. So what is happening, we believe, and you'd have heard the Prime Minister in a number of his speaking engagements, speaks, and I know you're very much in tune with the fourth industrial revolution. We believe that the digital transformation and the digitalization is important in this fourth industrial revolution. We cannot let this slip by. So one of the things, and a number of things that has been done, especially during the pandemic, and the pandemic brought to fore the importance of this transformation. You'd have seen that the pandemic came out of nowhere. Nobody predicted the pandemic. And one of the things that Jamaica had to do quickly is how we could engage our businesses, our agencies, our departments of government in adjusting to this new reality. And in the presentation in Parliament 2 years ago, Minister Clark spoke about the SURF program and the $60 billion SURF program. And out of that, there was an aspect for MSME dealing specifically with digitization, because we wanted MSMEs to be able to quickly adjust to these new realities. And by doing so, provided not only loans at low interest rate for digitization, but grants to allow these small businesses to access these grants so they can transform their business, whether it's in the purchase of new equipment, computer-related equipment, or softwares that relates to the transformation, moving from manual to from paper-based and manual to digital platform to engage business activity. But not only that too, through JBDC, and I know Ms. Valerie will speak about it, we engage a number of our small and MSME businesses to join JBDC and the ministry looking at how they can trade online. So that is something I'm sure Ms. Valerie will speak about. But these are a few of the things. We are working with the Company Office of Jamaica to basically revolutionize how persons search, how persons engages the Company Office of Jamaica to register their business. You'd have heard the statistics on doing business. Jamaica wants to be one of the #1 place of doing businesses. And therefore, we're setting the stage using this digital transformation to ensure that we can, in fact, leapfrog into this new era.
Thank you. So as Dr. Dunn mentioned, the JBDC, that's the Jamaica Business Development Center, being led by Ms. Val Rivera, is actually in the process of starting an incubator program. And under that incubator program, they will be setting up a program that will facilitate the business of essential oils. And I want the opportunity now to bring Ms. Val Rivera on for her to speak some more about the incubator program and how it will facilitate further investments in Jamaica.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Jackson, and welcome to all our family and friends in the diaspora, and certainly my fellow panelists. But most of all, our minister, who obviously understands the work that and the mission of a JBDC, because we are the lead agency for the government in developing the MSMEs, the micro, small and medium-sized enterprise sector. And in fact, we are a corporation, Mr. Jackson. We left that center 20 years ago and we evolved to be the JBDC, Jamaica Business Development Corporation. And that sounds more big and bright, right? And that is how we think. And the fact is that when we talk about incubator, yes, you just spoke of one of the latest ones that we're establishing, but our process of assisting the enterprises, the companies within our programs is about incubating them from concept to market and all the in-between. So we start with working through their concept to make sure that it is a viable proposition. And we end up in the marketplace, which we'll share with you later on. But certainly our main role is to assist our, we say small business sector, but the MSMEs, in constantly and continuously transforming themselves and developing so that they're keeping abreast of all the new tools, digitalization being the more current one that we're talking about, but other tools and machinery as well, and concepts to ensure that they become and remain relevant in the marketplace. And I really want that they offset to make sure that people have recognized that the members of the sector have evolved over the last 20, 21 years that we have been working at it. And it's no longer, I'm sure members of the diaspora will understand, I say it's not no chaka-chaka informal people doing a thing. We're talking about people who are organized for business. That is the role of a JBDC. And we have 3 tiers of clients that we work with. And I'm explaining that because our diaspora community can understand and see where in that whole chain they might be interested in entering and working along with members of our group, our enterprises. One, we have persons who are tier 1, which is really where they're at the conceptual stage. And when we say, we don't want to say micro because there's still that concept that is, people doing some little things. It's more the stage of the business. Because we have people at tier 1, micro level, who might be PhD graduates. It's just that the stage of their business is at that entry point. So we have a group that would be at that level that we work with. And then we have tier 2, which is where people are more formalized. And we will be helping them now to put in place, ensure they have the proper structures, that they have registered in all the areas. And formalized for us is not registering the company at Companies of Jamaica. That is one aspect of it. But making sure structures are in place that will ensure consistency in processes and product. And I know that it is very important for the diaspora to feel comfortable that whoever they do business with in the sector, especially if they come through a JBDC, that they are ready for business. And that means consistency, it means operating at international standards. We don't know about any Paris standard or town standard. We know about international standard. And this is the concept that we share with our clients, and we make sure as national network brokers that they are taking advantage of all the services, private and public, that will ensure that they operate at that level. And so we say we're incubating them. Because just think of the chicken and the eggs. We want to massage the egg until it becomes a real chicken and flying around. So the incubator, the essential oils incubator that Dwight spoke to is really our latest baby. It is where we are setting up, should we say, beginners, a trial, a trigger point for looking at the
Recording stopped.
the essential oils that we import. Over 90% of what we use here. We are ensuring that there is an opportunity for our
Recording in progress.
to plant the raw material and for it to be processed. And that's what our center will do, our incubator will do, process the essential oils so that we have them available, genuine Jamaican essential oils for food, pharmaceuticals, for cosmeceuticals, for gift and craft, and all the health and wellness products. So that is our baby that's in process now. But generally, we are incubating businesses. So our tier 3 would be what we call our accelerators, which is those who have arrived at a point for, is it no? We have arrived at a point for international business. And maybe these are the ones that we can stand 100% behind to say they are ready to make linkages with our diaspora community. And we ensure in that preparation that, first of all, as we say, consistency in product and product, but also the responsibilities, the benefits and the responsibilities of contracts. Because I know that is a concern as well, that persons wonder whether, you know, it's safe to do business because we're not sure if people understand that they have to respect the requirements of a contract. So that is something that we put a lot of emphasis on. Good governance and integrity in business, critical again, when your word is your bond, that is very important because the world is very small. So whatever you do in one little square, the whole world can know about it on social media. So integrity and good governance. We also prepare them for partnerships. So that again, we're talking about business development and how we can come together as a community, Jamaica and diaspora, to partner on programs, on enterprises that we can really, you know, enhance the development of our country. Importantly, intellectual property on both sides, that our clients understand they need to register their ideas, but also that they need to respect the intellectual property of persons outside of their own enterprises. These are areas that we stand strongly behind, and we want to make the community feel comfortable that for us, these are important ingredients in a relationship. We talk also now about value chain, and this is, again, something JBDC focuses seriously on. So from the ground, from the farm, right up to market, there are opportunities in that value chain for partnerships, for doing business. Sometimes we have, and I know my own relatives, they might have some land in Jamaica. Is it that you partner at that level with appropriate partner to develop a product, develop fresh or processed? As minister say, agro-business is the thing, because agro is the base of all products. Whether it's gift and craft, even straw, or is mangoes that can turn into baby food, organic. You know, we don't fertilize any mango tree in Jamaica. So we can talk about organic food, mango. But yes, so wherever along that value chain, there are entry points for our family and friends to do business with the MSME sector. And to say that if you are not really totally interested in that business relationship, we have other possibilities for us to join forces, because in all the programs we have for the entrepreneurs, we have support systems in place. You can be a mentor for a business that we are trying to develop. So the possibilities for partnering and moving forward and helping our businesses to grow, it's there. And if all of that fail, and this I'm unashamed of saying, we have Things Jamaica shopping e-commerce site, because we have at least 500 suppliers of excellent 100% Jamaican products, and I see me referring is to Mr. Harold Davis, who's my deputy. And we talk about gender balance here. So you have me, but Harry is always beside me. So I invite you even to partner in that way by shopping on our site, which is available, Things Jamaican Shopping, and we are at the marketplace for the Diaspora Conference, but we're also on Amazon and eBay. So what I'm really saying is that there are various entry points for us to work together as a community, as a family, to see how we can support and ensure that you get some of the nice things you want from Jamaica, but also that here we can still partner and grow the sector even further. So JBDC is here to support and ensure that when you do business with the MSMEs, we're talking about really doing business. They're ready, they're open, and certainly I can tell you, we will back you. And well, you can always contact us for any references for if you have an interest in any particular business or sector, then we can create that marriage. We can be the marriage counselor in that relationship.
Thank you very much, Val Rivera. So just for persons in the diaspora who want to take advantage of the incubator program or the accelerator program that you alluded to, you were going there with the contact or details that they may want to access. How would they be able to reach that?
Well, first of all, we do have a website, www.jbdc.net, but I'm also putting my own email available, which is Veira, VEIRA @jbdc.net, or even Harry, hdavis@jbdc.net. We're hands-on people, you know, so we are available to speak directly and work directly. But we do have a website which outlines all the information that I shared with you and much more. And there's also info@jbdc.net if they wish to make that kind of other connections. And we're on all the platforms. So we're all over the place because we want to make sure that every opportunity is embraced and nourished and incubated. So JBDC, we are ready for business, like the sector.
Absolutely. Thanks for that. So just to skip over to the VP of Marketing at Jampro, Gabriel Heron. I am hearing that, you know, agribusiness is big business, but I'm also hearing that the potential remains unfulfilled. Talk to us about how Jampro is actually, you know, helping local businesses as well as persons in the diaspora to realize on this potential. I mean, I understand agribusiness to not just be big business financially, but also from a security standpoint. And so from when you combine those two things, I'm a concerned citizen looking on and want to see this potential fulfilled.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson, and thanks for the invite. It's a pleasure to be here at Jamaica Success Diaspora Conference. I want to jump right into it. Agribusiness, agriculture is a very pertinent topic now. Minister Dunn mentioned it earlier, and I totally concur. What I would like to do, I like to kind of present a framework, because currently agriculture, there are three main challenges within this space, and that's changing now. And that's also why the opportunities and the possibilities are actually blossoming. So we in terms of our export, you know, the Honorable Minister Hill always mentions that we can't grow it as a country unless we don't export more to the globe. So with that consideration, the challenges that we face from an agriculture perspective is consistency, capacity, and vulnerability. From a consistency perspective, the large supermarket chains overseas, they require fresh produce consistently in terms of size, color, etc. So we have to ensure that our farming mechanisms and processes generate consistency. Then there's a capacity issue in terms of communicating from an economies of scale perspective, right? So we have a lot of small farms across Jamaica, and we don't want to break up that ecosystem, but we also want to ensure that we can implement and create farms that offer us large economies of scale and improve yield. The third item, of course, the third point that I mentioned is is the vulnerability of the space. We all know about the weathers and the hurricanes and the predial larceny. So those are where the main challenges are for agriculture. Now the opportunity is, right, and this is very important for us to understand. We have a food import bill of almost $1 billion US right now, right? So we need to ensure that we can have that food security. We have a large diaspora overseas that's constantly demanding more and more fresh produce from Jamaica. We have an active tourism sector, right? That if we get the linkages network working, we have significant demand. And we also have a global consumer base that is more and more appreciating Jamaican food, Jamaican cuisine. So what is the solution? And technology is where my mind shifts. AgTech. In implementing AgTech, what it does in terms of in the forms of greenhouse farming, hydroponics, it removes the risk associated that has plagued agriculture for quite some time. It removes the risk associated in terms of predial larceny. Well, maybe not cattle rearing, but in terms of fresh produce and those kind of things. It improves yield and capacity, and it also improves consistency. So immediately the risk profile within the agriculture space is significantly improved. So I already outlined the major demand from the diaspora, the local food import bill, the tourism space, right? And of course the global consumer. So from an agriculture perspective, Jamaica is really positioned well to leverage our space in agriculture. So I'll encourage diaspora members, if you have idle lands, right, engage JAMPRA, engage Ministry of Agriculture to see how we can incorporate. And of course, the ecosystem that has to be built out. I mentioned economies of scale, but we also have to ensure that there's a mother farm, sister farm feeder program to ensure that while we have large farms, AgTech, greenhouse farming, hydroponics, and utilizing that technology, but we also have the training embedded in the current farmers or passed on to the current farmers so they can adapt their processes and improve their capacity, improve their yield, and of course, shield themselves from the vulnerability of the sector in and of itself. So I totally concur in terms of the potential for agriculture, and we have to find a way to infuse technology or AgTech in agriculture to leverage and to remove the risk profile of the sector on a whole. And I think if that is done in a very strategic way, we will be very, very far ahead. We're hearing so much information about the financial sophistication of Jamaica as a market on a whole. Generally, one of the challenges within the agriculture space is financing. So removal of those risk issues and mitigating those risks will significantly help in terms of raising finance for those farms, for those projects, et cetera, and moving into that AgTech space. Thank you. That's my contribution for the moment.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. I mean, from what I'm hearing, to get the consistency to scale, to potentially remove the risk, I'm not sure if it's which one is the carrot or which one comes first, but certainly I'm hearing that there's a need for capital in agriculture to take advantage of the opportunities that exist there. And so if what I'm saying is correct, I'm going to go now to Andre to understand how is the JSC planning to help to support the need for capital in this sector for them to provide the consistency in production, to have the scale in production, and to provide themselves with the necessary technology to secure their production so that the business is bankable.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dwight. Nice to see you again. Good afternoon to my fellow panelists. Good afternoon to all the participants in Jamaica and around the world in this 60th Diaspora Conference. Happy to be here. Very happy to have received this invitation to participate. I want to start at the top, Dwight, if you don't mind. At the Jamaica Stock Exchange, really, we see ourselves as an innovative, customer-oriented exchange connecting companies, traders, and investors globally to raise capital and create wealth. As simple as that. We have several markets through which that can happen. And I will get to your question, but I just need to give you a little background first on where we are. And we can discuss the opportunities for further partnership. We have built our organization on partnerships and collaborations. So there are opportunities there. Just to mention a little bit some of the markets we operate in. If you participants missed the Dr. Streetforest's presentation earlier, I'll just to mention, we have a junior market, we have a main market, we have a US dollar equities market, we have a bond market as well, and a private market. Now, the two markets everybody know about really are the junior market and the main market. What's the difference? The junior market comprises companies that seek to raise capital of Jamaican 500 million and under. So that is your small and medium businesses looking to raise capital of 500 million and under. The main market consists of entities that are raising capital above that level, so over 500 million. We have US dollars equities listed on our market as well. We have about about a dozen securities in US dollars listed on our market. We have bonds, and we have a private market. Now, the private market is really non-public companies, private companies raising capital for their own businesses. And those companies are not public companies, and they raise capital through their brokers to private investors who are suitably qualified to assume that level of risk. So it is another area that qualified investors can invest in growing businesses in Jamaica that are private businesses, not public businesses. Just for a little background, to give an idea of some of the opportunities available in Jamaica, we can speak about the performance of our two main markets in recent times. The junior market, for example, and I mentioned what the junior market is. It's the medium-sized companies with capital raises of 500 million and under. In 2021, the junior market index grew by over 20%. Between May 2021 and May 2022, our junior market has grown 26% year to date. Now, that is, in any market, that is a significant return. Our main market in 2021 was a little flat, took a little longer to recover. So far this year, up to May, between May 2021 and May 2022, our main market has recognized 7% growth. Just to speak about some of the companies, some of the sectors of the economy represented on our markets and how they have done. The main market top 10 performers for 2021 ranged from between 18% and 70%. And the sectors represented included media, tourism and entertainment, finance, manufacturing, Gabriel, big up, conglomerates and distribution companies. In terms of the junior market, our junior market has really been a star in the last couple of years. The junior market top 10 performers range from between 51% to a whopping 294% in 2021. And the industries represented, the creative industries, manufacturing, energy, tourism and entertainment, distribution again, and transportation and automotive sectors. So the growth opportunities are there. I would encourage persons in the diaspora looking to invest in Jamaica, help to grow businesses in Jamaica, listed companies, do so through contacting your brokers. While I might point out where the opportunities are, it is always prudent to seek professional investment advice so that one of our local brokers, all of whom are qualified, can assess your own risk appetite, your own time horizon, and what your own personal goals are, and help you to make the right investment decisions. Now, the primary question we always get when we do conferences like this, involving our brothers and sisters overseas, how do I access the Jamaica Stock Exchange? How do I invest in Jamaica from where I am? We spoke about being technology driven, and Dr. Forrest already touched on it. We have an online platform that is very vibrant. In fact, the volume of the activity on our online platform in the last couple of years has more than doubled. So you can stay exactly where you are. You do have, however, to open an account with a local broker, which can be done electronically. And our website will have a list of all the brokers and how to contact them. When you establish your account online, you fund that account, and the broker can pass the funds into your online trading account, and you can make your own purchases and sales online. I would again emphasize that you have to recommend that you do so after seeking the proper investment advice. So you can stay right at your station wherever you are and look at the market, monitor the market, put in your own transactions, and be a part of the growth of the Jamaican business sector, and also create some wealth for yourself. We also have a mobile app, which versions on a monthly basis. We're adding more features to that mobile app, and you will be able to monitor your accounts online, monitor the performance of this exchange online, and eventually trade as well. So this opportunity exists for you not having to be in Jamaica to process transactions or to participate in the growth of the stock exchange. Of course, we also mentioned our newly upgraded website, which is chock full of information now of how-tos. In fact, if you log on to jamstockx.com, the homepage, the first thing that comes up to you is a question that says, are you new to the market? Click here. And it gives you full details of what to do, how to do, who to contact if you want to be a part of the market. And also, we also created an FAQ section, frequently asked questions, which all the questions that one would have, which are always asked of us, are there. And if you need any further information, certainly you can reach out to us. There are a couple other things I want to mention. Let me get first to, however, to the question of how we upscale raising capital for the agro sector. Again, the
Andre,
stock exchange.
1 second. So yeah, we're gonna just throw it to a commercial break. So when we get back after this, we pick up. I know you're going to respond to the question about the Jamaica Stock Exchange helping the agricultural sector to access capital.
Sure.
At Jamaica National, when we say we'll help you find a way, it's a promise. We're finding ways to package our products and services to improve your life. Ask about how JN Bank and JNGI are putting home ownership and protecting your home and contents within your reach. See how JN Money is making it so much more convenient to send and receive funds and do bill payment in Jamaica. The JN Bank offers you structured savings plans to help you save in the currency you earn towards long-term goals like owning a home in Jamaica. Ask about these life-improving products and services and so much more.
I am thankful.
Think you know Jamaica? We are agribusiness. Jamaica. Do business Jamaica. VM Group.
Transform your everyday.
At Jamaica.
Welcome back. So where we left off was with the manager, group business development at the Jamaica Stock Exchange, Mr. Andre Gooden. He was about to speak to how the Jamaica Stock Exchange can facilitate further access to capital for persons in the agri-industry. Before he actually spoke, Mr. Gabriel Aaron from Jampro would have made mention of the fact that the agribusiness sector has a lot of potential. However, capital is needed to scale, to breed consistency, and of course, manage some of the risks that comes with investment in the area. So now Andre is going to, in 2 minutes, give us an understanding of how the Jamaica Stock Exchange can facilitate access to capital in this sector.
Thank you very much, Dwight. We have a role to play. This is a relay. We are built on partnerships. Ms. Vieira spoke about the capacity building elements that JBDC will offer. Gabriel spoke about identifying the opportunities and helping those people to get the right resources. Our leg in the relay is after Gabriel identifies the prospects are groomed, handheld, and scaled by JBDC. Taught some of the basics that will have to go with. If you're a farmer, you know about farming, you know about production. You may not necessarily be an expert at governance, at producing financial statements, etc. The things that you need to have as basic tools in order to satisfy the public that you are an entity that one can confidently invest in. So those two legs of the relay having been run, then those organizations can happily come to the Jamaica Stock Exchange for any further guidance needed in terms of what are the requirements for listing to raise capital, firstly on the junior market. And we can provide the guidance in that regard. In fact, we have an open door policy where any organization anywhere along that value chain that needs to get a little bit more information, having spoken to Gabriel and Ms. Vieira already, can reach out to us and we'll make the time to meet with you individually. We're quite happy to participate in forums such as this, but we find what works best is one-on-one. So you contact us directly, and just like it's done at JBDC, we'll sit with you and we'll carry you through the process. And then you collaborate with a broker of your choice, and the broker will introduce your story to the market, having now ensured that you have all the tools required to raise capital on a public exchange. And then our role now is to facilitate that. So our role really is along the value chain, is that having passed along the value chain, our role now is to sit with these individuals one-on-one, these companies, and just mentor them, really give them further guidance as to what it does require from a regulatory standpoint, from a disclosure, from a governance standpoint, and ensure that by the time you have written a prospectus and you have your business plan all sorted out, all of which we can give you some guidance for, but the brokers also will play a big part in that. They will package your story and sell it to the investors. So we play the role really of facilitator. And I will even give you my email address, andre.gooden@jamstockx.com, JAMSTOCKEX.com. We can have a private discussion, and we will be able to see where you are in the process and give you some guidance.
Sorry,
as to
Andre,
what
I
needs
think
to
there's
be.
a question. I see a hand up in the audience. Can I borrow your mic? Oh, Sorry.
I'm from the North UK on the Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council. I think it's really interesting to hear about the work that JSC's brokers do to kind of facilitate and perfect the business propositions of agricultural business workers in Jamaica. I'm kind of interested to know more about what's done to develop more of like the grassroots farming opportunities in Jamaica, because I feel that there's a lot of fertile land which is not really being developed to its full capacity due to lack of capital, high risk. Because obviously agriculture is a risk-ridden sector, but there's also a level of farmers being underbanked, unbanked, and having generational lands which they can't afford to process in the most efficient ways. So I'm interested to know with the with Jamdex and new kind of financial instruments coming in, what's being done to reach those farmers who haven't met the level yet where they would be able to communicate with brokers, but who have kind of unfulfilled lands for agriculture.
Thank you very much for that question. I think I'm going to ask three persons on the panel to respond to that question, but before we go there, so I'm going to ask Gabrielle, I'm going to ask Dr. Dunn to respond, Minister Dunn, and I'm also going to ask Andre to respond. I think combined, they all have something to contribute. That's a very, very good question. But before they ask them to respond, I'm going to introduce again Asha. So Asha, is an expert in remittances, and Dr. Dunn spoke to Moody's giving Jamaica a stable outlook. But during the pandemic, this was not the case. And it was not the case for most companies and sovereign nations. But a key part of what kept Jamaica afloat, if I may say so, would have been remittances. And we are very grateful to the diaspora for that. And we continue to see the impact remittances has had on not just Jamaica as a nation state, but most developing nation state. So I want to hand the floor to Gabriel to kind of speak to how Jamaica can better utilize remittances. So it's not just, a flow to the citizens, but, can the government, work with the citizens that are getting these receivables to put it into businesses that are going to be able to transform their lives such that we can move from a state of dependency to one where we're fully independent, having fully utilized those remittances.
Thank you. As Dwight had mentioned, I am currently studying remittances, and one thing that has definitely kept Jamaica afloat is the steady flow of remittances. And in times of economic hardship, as you can see through the COVID pandemic, remittances have been stable and even increased to help support that effort. Now, the question is, what can we do to mobilize remittances and eventually get to a point, because I come from a development background, how can we utilize remittances to get to a point where remittances aren't as depended on? And one thing that I have come across is the concept of collective remittances, specifically the one that is in place in Mexico. And what that does is, while remittances as they are now done in Jamaica mostly go towards consumption and they act as supplements to people's income, how about we slightly redirect some of the money that is sent through remittances and put them towards projects? Now, one person alone, if you're sending money, might not be able to make a huge impact, but as the saying goes, one cocoa fill basket. So if we are able to come together and find a way to pool resources and then put them towards projects, especially projects that have high risk that necessarily certain banks might be iffy to give loans to or things like that. We can utilize the diaspora and the money that is sent via these collective remittances to finance and build these projects up from the ground. And because at the end of the day, Jamaicans are Jamaicans no matter where we are in the world. So in a sense, it's Jamaicans financing Jamaicans. And even though we might not get monetary return, seeing the island improve, seeing our people improve, it's a win for everybody. And with that said, if there are ways, I remember that yesterday Dr. Brown had mentioned creating a portal for diasporans to not only connect with each other but have knowledge sharing that could also be a platform to collect collective remittances for certain projects that might have been highlighted either by government, highlighted by people that know of things happening in Jamaica, different projects. And with that, you're able to collect the money, and also with partners or even the government, because how the Mexican system works is they work through hometown associations, and people remit to hometown associations, and through that, the government matches by 3, and the projects are financed that way. Now, granted, this would be a startup, so we have to start small, but it is something that I feel should be looked at a greater scale, because Jamaicans, not only have they been consistent in their remittances, we have one of the highest remittance rates among diasporas in the world, and we should be able to tap into that to further develop Jamaica, not necessarily have it all go towards commerce and consumption. And being able to leverage that could put Jamaica in such a better place, and not necessarily have to rely on, say, maybe the US or China or other countries to develop certain aspects of infrastructure, industry, and agriculture, and maybe be able to rely on our own capital, even though it's not in Jamaica, but it's from Jamaicans. And that will not only help the people here, but help with our sovereignty abroad, our relations abroad, give us a strong foundation to come and dictate, well, not dictate, but be able to stand our ground and show that we are a nation that can finance ourselves, we are strong, and no matter what happens, we'll be able to fend for ourselves.
Yeah, I really like the idea. I just wanted clarification, like how would, say, the monies be channeled? How would the government get monies from remittances to channel it to projects that are going to be sustainable and be able to help communities that are themselves collecting these remittances and probably just consuming instead of investing?
Understood. So the way that I had envisioned it is there would actually be set places. Instead of, say, you're remitting to a certain family member, you're putting it towards, say, a fund, something to that regard. And granted, Jamaica doesn't necessarily have hometown associations like Mexico does, which actually I believe is a good thing, because what was found in the Mexican model is that it led to inequality, because certain places have higher rates of migrants in, say, the US or somewhere else in the world. Therefore, they get more money than somewhere else. But utilizing organizations such as the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council to channel funds, not necessarily by hometown, but specifically by projects. And having that go towards a fund, and whether there are partners or whether there's government to match those funds, then it is then through those funds that money will be channeled to the projects themselves, as opposed to a direct person. Like each person is sending to a person. No, we put them all together in one fund and then put that towards a project.
Yeah. As a minister done nodding, likes the idea. So looking forward to see what comes of it. Thank you very much, Asha. So just to get back to responding to the question that was raised earlier about how, through Jamdex, farmers can get support that are currently underbanked or unbanked, as the question suggested. I'm going to turn it over to Minister Dunn to speak to how Jamdex should revolutionize access to financing for farmers, currently most of which are small farmers and are not in the banking system.
Teston. Thank you very much, Dwight. Before I go on, I'd like to recognize Minister Campbell, my friend. And I also recognize a few persons here from the diaspora that I know. To Doreen in the back, Patrick, my two friends here in the front, and I'm sure there are many other persons who are online or on this platform. Who in Jamaica doesn't have someone that lives abroad? Every one of us do. But what I like, before I answer the question, what I like is the fact that the members of the diaspora that I know giving back so much to Jamaica, and for that, I really want all of us to give yourself a round of applause. I'd also like to mention the fact that there is a special Jamaica Special Economic Zone Conference, the World Free Zone Conference taking place in the Montego Bay at the moment. I was there yesterday and I'm heading back there tonight. And what that conference seems to do is to highlight not only what is happening in the world in the free zone, but also to position Jamaica as one of those destinations. And I mentioned that to say, before answering the question about Jamdex, is that there's so much opportunities that are coming to the fore. And this is what I would like to be the take-home point from this diaspora conference. We have the conference every year, and a number of persons participate twice a year, every 2 years, and persons participate in the diaspora conference. But what is the tangible benefit? And that is a question that you must always ask. It must be measured. And one of the measurements I'd like to see is how the diaspora comes together, not just in remittances and maybe in the formation of these community groups or organizations, as mentioned by my fellow panelists, so we can direct the remittance in a targeted way. But how can you participate in some of these new and emerging areas within the Jamaican economy? There are about 4 or 5 new free zones that Jamaica is trying to create. Most of it is in the northern side of the island. But they are tremendous. And when you see the visuals of these, it shows you that Jamaica is not going to be the place that you know it has now in 5 years' time. You may have left the shores of Jamaica, but Jamaica has never left your heart. And therefore, you have to convert that into something tangible. The question I was asked by the member of the audience, and it's a great question, and it's to do with especially with the informality of the Jamaican economy, Jamaican market. And as we know, they say there are 2 markets that exist in Jamaica. One is the formal and one is the informal. But what this government has been trying to do is to formalize a number of areas, including our small farmers, so that they can access funding. So we partnered, our ministry partnered, and agriculture partnered with the EU. And we did a program called Informality to Formalization with farmers and fisher folks that would not normally be a part of the formal system. And we graduated, I think it was about 100 farmers and fisher folk recently. We also partnered with the United Nations, looking at the West Project, dealing with women in business, to increase the formalization of a number of these small business ideas that people have. So we're trying to build a healthy Jamaica that is inclusive of everyone. And we're looking at the informal side to bring them into the formal mix. Now, Jamdex is a great opportunity because what that does is that so many persons have issue with banking and bank transactions, and we call them the unbanked individuals. How can we get them to be the bank individuals? And Jamdex is a great opportunity. I see where they're offering through link $2,500 for persons who sign up. So it's an incentive to get person, because here is it that you'll be able to get your money in a digital format, a digital wallet, where you can trade maybe on your phone, especially on your phone, the monies that you have with almost any transactions with individuals who are also a part of Jamdex. And therefore, what it does, it brings you into a formal setting where you can now leverage a number of things you have, including assisting you to formalize your own tenureship based on lands that might have been bequeathed to you or otherwise. And here again, the government is aggressively looking at titling projects to ensure that persons can in fact have their asset, this most tangible asset that you can use to leverage yourself in finding financial wherewithal to advance your business. So the government now is looking at a full suite of projects, including how do you move small-scale individuals into this formal system, because you cannot, and how the world is going, you'll be left behind if you're not brought into the formal setting. There's no longer days, the days will not come when you cannot put your money under the mattress anymore.
Yeah.
And therefore, you have to find a way in which you can have it in a form of currency that you can in fact utilize for your small business operations, for your large business operations, or your MSMEs generally.
So am I hearing Minister Dunn that digital titles are coming?
Well, remember I started by saying we're on a push. We believe that the fourth industrial revolution is now upon us, and Jamaica has to find its place right there if we're going to be left behind. So we're not leaving anything off the table. I mean, we see where we have J-Swift, which for persons who trade in and out of Jamaica, J-Swift is moving completely to digitize all aspects of our border regulatory agencies, so that when you conduct business with one agency, you automatically is conducting businesses with all the other agencies that impact on that particular activity that you're doing. So to answer your question, let's see.
But you heard it here.
I'd love to intervene right here, Mr. Jackson, to support something that the minister just spoke about. I think it's very important when we talk about agriculture. The program minister spoke about, we had 100 farmers, micro farmers, and fisher folk. And I think we have to create more groups like that. What has happened is that they are now recognizing that they're in business, and they're now qualifying for bank accounts, pension funds, and health insurance. And it's when they see that there's a benefit in formalizing, that you're going to get more and more people coming onto the train. And those people we see now as triggers to bring on another 100. But as we make policy as policymakers, people have to really see that there's a benefit to formalize. And that is one of the missions that we are on. But definitely, that group was very exciting because they recognize that they are now in business. And we need to do more and more of that. And then next time around the next conference, we're going to be celebrating how many more small farmers have come on board as businesses and who can go on the stock exchange, et cetera, and all the things we have spoken about today.
Just want to say before, Ms. Vera, I mean, I must congratulate JBDC because they were the one that worked quite a bit with this particular informality to formality program that I spoke about.
Okay, thank you. So, I mean, time is almost up on us. I'm going to take the prerogative as the host to ask just one last question to Ms. Valerie Vera. Is there a target, for companies that are coming out of the incubator program, the accelerator program, that should go on to list on the stock exchange for the JBDC?
Well, today, this morning, Andrea and myself were in discussion because accelerated current, the cohort, which is the fourth cohort, we have 60 entrepreneurs, 20 at the ready stage for listing, and we're looking at other groups of 2025 that we can work with to get them ready to go on the stock exchange, junior stock. So we have our program set out, but at the moment we have 20 in the incubator working. They'll be with us for another 6 months.
Okay.
And we expect that many of them will graduate to join the junior staff.
Awesome. All right. I want to take this opportunity to thank my fellow panelists. I mean, what you've shared today is certainly insightful, very interesting, and also shows that the future for the diaspora and investment in Jamaica, as far as agribusiness is concerned, is very, very bright. I think the potential is there. We all know that. And it's time for us now to unlock those potential and realize certainly the value that exists for Jamaica, not only financially, but for our food security. Thank you again to our viewers online, our guests online, and in the audience. Really appreciate the time spent. Enjoy the rest of your evening and the rest of the conference. I'm out.
The only thing missing there was that you forgot to drop the mic. What an engaging plenary that was. I think an important takeaway for all stakeholders would be stand by and look can change the dance. It's a combination of English and Jamaican, right? Let's make it all Jamaican. Stand up and look can change dance. In other words, you have to make a move, get involved, share your vision, find the right partners, and invest in your dream as we all work together to make Jamaica a better place. And we could not have thought of a better place to position our next guest. She is a former trade commissioner for Jamaica Promotions Corporation, JAMPRO, in New York, Brussels, and London. She has a wealth of knowledge and experience in international marketing and business development. She successfully managed product launches of Jamaican food brands into mainstream markets and conceived and negotiated substantial European Union funding for the innovative Target Europe Trade Development Program, an initiative that positioned Jamaican products in the European market and subsequently evolved into the 5-year Private Sector Development Program, PSDP. Equally adept at investment promotions, she also commenced negotiations with Spanish investors, RIU and Iberostar, which led to what are called landed investments in Jamaica, and was instrumental in the development of Jamaica's garment subcontracting and information and communications technology, ICT industries. Prior to rejoining JAMPRO on the 2nd of September 2013, she completed a highly successful tenure as General Manager and Director of J. Ray and Nephew UK Limited, where she led the organization to profitability and successfully grew the UK company's turnover by 77% over 10 years. During her time at JAMPRO, since rejoining the organization, she has led its transformational development to serve as a catalyst for wealth creation through increased customer-focused and more effective marketing communications programs, and has promoted a culture of innovation to facilitate and support the development of new industries in Jamaica. She's also